Welcome, everyone. Drew, do you want to start with roll call?
Trustee Sparks,
Here.
Trustee Williams,
Present.
Trustee Barkey,
Here.
Trustee Gomez.
She'll be arriving late.
May I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
I'll
So
make
moved.
second?
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay, passes 3-0.
I'll make a motion for the minutes from the November 3rd meeting.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 3-0. Nana, do we have any public comments related to the closed session?
We have none.
Okay. All right. Well, then the board will go into closed session, but welcome everyone, and we will be back as soon as possible.
Okay. Judge Riddle, you may have the dais there. You have 3 minutes, and the good Dr. Sparks will be monitoring you.
Here, sir, I will take the 3 minutes. Thank you.
Please raise the microphone. It's been lowered, so
I'm-
just,
I'm so
yeah,
sorry.
there you go.
Thank you. Yes, I'm Lynn Riddle, resident of Orange County, and I just wanted to really not necessarily make a comment, but to raise a question with respect to the board's closed session number 2, and it's because I'm a little bit confused about it, and hopefully when there's a report out, you may be able to explain where this matter might go. And my confusion comes because the number referred to here refers to case number S270319. That was a petition, as you well know, filed with with the California Supreme Court on August the 10th. However, on August the 18th, that petition was denied, as I know you know. So that matter is now legally concluded, and so I'm sort of curious as to what comes afterwards. So if you may give any further information in the report, I'd appreciate knowing that. Thank you.
Thank you. See you
Is-
soon.
Is that it then?
welcome again, everyone. We are back in session. Okay, and we are going to go ahead and start with the invocation. Is that all teed up?
Yes.
Okay. Welcome, Rabbi.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. Everybody can hear okay?
We can, yes.
All right. It's fun watching my lips move on the big screen about 3 seconds after I say stuff, so that's awesome. Tonight, as the sun set, it became the 4th night of Hanukkah, the Jewish festival of lights. It is often compared to Christmas because of its position on the secular calendar, but Hanukkah is a minor holiday, developed only about 1,800 years ago as compared to the majority of Jewish holidays that have another 1,000 years minimum on Hanukkah. A story in our Talmud, the great corpus of Jewish law in which Hanukkah is codified, there is an argument between 2 famous rabbis named Hillel and Shammai. Shammai suggests that on the first night of Hanukkah, we light 8 candles, then 1 candle fewer each subsequent night until only 1 on the last night. Hillel suggests the opposite, that we start with 1 on the first night and grow until 8. So anyone with Jewish friends should know that we follow Hillel's suggestion. There is not a Jew in the world who diminishes the light throughout our holiday. We only increase when it comes to matters of sacredness. So it could be suggested then that there's no reason to keep a record of Shammai's teaching at all. Nobody does it that way, so why even learn about his contrary opinion? The reason is twofold. First, it allows the rabbis of the Talmud to discuss both opinions, giving each matter the weight it deserves, which in turn gives each scholar the respect they deserve. Nobody calls Shammai names or shoves him into the corner. They give him his time, and then they happen to choose differently. This respect given to a teacher who has a suggestion we disagree with is central to the Jewish philosophy of learning. We give our teachers the utmost respect. The second idea is to demonstrate another central principle in Jewish discourse. The decisions made by the court, the body of rabbis that decides those things, are always presented as unanimous. Even if the vote is close, the rabbis who judge the rules we follow will agree to the decision made by the majority. Even if it is a teaching that goes in the opposite direction of our own teaching, the decision of the deciding group is unanimous. This means that when Shammai lit his own Hanukkah candles, he did so the way Hillel suggested and taught his students the same. It is with this mindset of mutual respect, a commitment to listening to one another, and with honor and deep gratitude to our teachers that we pray. Ribono Shel Olam, God and Master of all, we are assembled in the fellowship of humanity to reaffirm your eternal truth, that cooperation and concord are the fuel that drives education, and that through our devotion to the future of humanity, we realize the purpose of divinity. Teach us, we pray, to live in harmony with our neighbors, and thus prove that we are united as your children. May we show this unity through our diligence to ensure that the students of Orange County and the teachers who guide them be treated with kindness, love, and generosity. May our efforts to bring about unity clarify our vision and give fuller meaning to the words of our mouths and the meditations of our hearts, and to the work of our minds and hands. Amen.
Amen. Well, thank you so much. It, I think, is so timely that you're here on Hanukkah. It's quite a different invocation than we've ever had, so we really appreciate the insight about Hanukkah, and thank you so much, and I hope that you have a very joyful Hanukkah tonight and the rest of the season.
Thank you so much. That's exactly why I had to do this over Zoom. I'm about to go light Hanukkah menorahs with my religious school students. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So I'm not sure if you're aware how we choose our invocations. We used to actually choose them, but now it's that actually they request to do an invocation. So if anybody has an interest in doing an invocation or knows somebody that does have that interest, to please have them submit. It was random that we had a Rabbi Hanukkah. But actually, it was lovely and very meaningful. So just to let you know. I now would love to bring up my favorite resigned trustee. I know he's in the house. There he is, Tim Shaw, to do our Pledge of Allegiance.
The competition was fierce, though, so.
You would have won no matter what.
Well, thank you. Having just come off of Thanksgiving last week, I was thinking about things I'm grateful for, and then contemplating. Next week, we're going to have December 7th, an anniversary where our nation was attacked at Pearl Harbor, and so just been thinking we should be mindful and thankful for those who stood up and fought against tyranny in the past to give us this great country that we enjoy today. So please join with me in saluting our allegiance to the flag of our great country. Ready, begin.
Next, we're going to have our report out from our closed session from our dear friend Jonathan Brenner.
Thank you, and good evening, Madam President, trustees of the board, and Superintendent Maharis. This is the report out for closed sessions 1, 2, and 3 from tonight's meeting. Closed session number 1, the board had a discussion with council, and the only action it took was to approve the invoice of Epstein, Becker, and Green dated November 30, 2021, numbered 1068102. The vote was 3 votes in favor, against none against. Trustees Barkey, Williams, and Sparks approving. Trustee Gomez was not present in closed session at that time. Closed session item number 2, which misidentified inadvertently the case number of the particular legal matter discussed, referencing a Supreme Court case number, when instead the case number for closed session item number 2 on the agenda should have been and was 30-2021-012333170. That is the Orange County Superior Court.
Could you repeat that, please?
Certainly. And I'll do it slower this time. 30-2021-012333170. That is the Orange County Superior Court case number for the action filed by the board along with its co-plaintiff against Governor Newsom regarding the state of emergency on November 23, 2021. A discussion was had with council regarding that matter, and no action was taken. Closed session item number 3, a discussion with council was had by the board, and no action was taken. And that's the report out for closed sessions 1, 2, and 3 for tonight's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we go on, I have a short statement that I'd like to read. I'm not a big fan of reading things. I like to speak from the heart, but I don't want to forget or miss anything, so I'm actually going to read this statement to you. This evening, the board has an item on the agenda regarding Orange County Classical Academy's charter petition. Although neither I nor my husband, who is a member of the board of directors for the school, have any personal financial interest or potential for personal financial gain from the granting of the petition, I will recuse myself from all discussion, comments, and votes concerning the school. I do this to avoid any appearance of impropriety and because of the common law prohibition against conflicts of interest, which may be non-financial matters of personal interest. So I'm thrilled to have you all here. You look lovely in your shirts and hats and sweatshirts and T-shirts, and I will be listening, but I will not be partaking in the conversation. So next, we will be moving on. Nina, do we have any introductions? No? And do we have some public comment? Okay, we have one public comment. And do we have any charter submissions?
You have no charter submissions at this meeting. I'm trying to get back to the mic.
Okay,
There are no charter submissions, and the general public comments will occur after your charter schools.
okay.
The
Okay.
way that you have it listed on the agenda, unless
Okay.
you all are taking it out of order.
No, we're going to go ahead and go with Oxford, which should be, I think, pretty quick. So we'll do that one first.
Good evening, President Barkey, trustees, and Superintendent Maharas. Today, the board will hold a hearing to consider public input regarding the request for material revision from Oxford Preparatory Academy, Saddleback Valley, in their charter school petition. OPA SV is requesting to add an enrollment preference for students who reside within the boundaries of the Saddleback Valley Unified School site where the charter school is currently located. Prior to public comments, representatives from OPA SV are allotted 10 minutes to address the board. I now call Executive Director Dr. Amy Kernan to the podium.
Good evening. Thank you, President Barkey and Superintendent Maharas and board. Thank you for having me. We really want to build community with our OPA charter schools. And a few years ago, for our other campus, we looked and we changed the preferences so that it would include the boundaries of the school that previously was housed in that location, so that it gave preference to those students who really live in the neighborhood and we could really build those community relations. And so we're asking that you approve for us to do the same thing for our Saddleback Valley campus. We'd like the Saddleback Valley campus is housed on the old Aliso Elementary School. And so we would like to be able to include as a preference those students who live in the neighborhood that would have been part of that school's boundaries. So our current preferences right now are children of OPA staff in the charter petition that you so graciously granted us 7 years for. Children of OPA staff, siblings of students admitted, children residing within the Saddleback Valley Unified School District, and then all other applicants. So we're proposing to place children residing in the former Aliso Elementary School attendance boundaries directly above children residing within the entire Saddleback Valley Unified School District as part of those preferences. Again, similar to what we have for our other campus, our South Orange County campus. Again, we feel that this definitely strengthens our community school partnerships, allows students to be able to walk to school, attend their neighborhood school. It really better aligns our demographics to the community where our school is located. And then as any of you who have ever picked your children up from school, any way that we can alleviate traffic, this will definitely help with allowing students to be able to walk to school and really go to school right down the street from their houses. It doesn't impact a huge number of students. Right now, our current students that reside within those boundaries, we have 52 out of our 592 students. If you look at our wait list, that would have included 35 more students that reside within that neighborhood out of a total wait list of 971. So it's not a huge number of students, but we really feel that it definitely, and it has shown at our other campus to really kind of help to build that school community relationship. So if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them. And I do hope that you'll consider our request and allow us to make this change to our school preferences.
Thank you.
The hearing is now open for public comments. Deputy Superintendent Boyd, are there any public comments for this agenda item?
I do not believe.
There are no comments.
This concludes the public hearing. The Orange County Department of Education staff report will be published by January 18th, and the board will take action at the February 2nd meeting. President Barkey, I now close the public hearing and turn the meeting back over to you.
Thank you. And now I am going to briefly turn the meeting over to Vice President Williams to handle our next item.
Very good. And again, welcome, everybody.
Just in case they get unruly.
Oh. Okay. May I call Araceli to the podium as she will begin the dialogue and discourse, and we will be having Classical Academy present their information. We will have public comments. I have lots of public comments here, so we will get to you all. We promise.
The board will now hold a hearing to consider public input regarding the Orange County Classical Academy 2 countywide charter petition submitted on November 1st. Prior to public comments, representatives from the charter school are allotted 15 minutes to address the board. I now call representatives from Orange County Classical Academy 2 to the podium.
Good evening, Vice President Williams and board members and OCDE staff. My name is Semi Park, and I'm the headmaster of Orange County Classical Academy. It's an honor and pleasure for me to be here on behalf of OCCA tonight. Just to highlight and provide some highlights from OCCA, our school opened in July of 2020, which was last school year, in the midst of COVID-19 pandemic. Although it was a very interesting year for a brand new charter school to open, we quickly recruited 360 students in grades TK through 5th grade. Our families were mainly attracted to us because of our identity as a classical charter school. During our first year of OCCA, our performance in overall through the statewide exam SBAC, we performed 33% higher than the state average in ELA and 45% higher than the state average in math. We're very aware and we acknowledge that due to the pandemic, not all school districts decided to take the SBAC. However, as a first-year school, we wanted to have a better understanding of how our school was performing in comparison to the state. The results were very promising and very relieving to know that our students were accessing the state standards. We have also successfully balanced the budget with a little over $200,000 in reserve money during our first year. And although not high in number, 55% of our ELs were reclassified through our ELD program and curriculum. We also maintained the 0% suspension and expulsion rate throughout the year with our very robust discipline program. Our mission and vision is very unique in that we believe in developing students in minds and characters through a classical, content-rich liberal arts and sciences curriculum that emphasizes the principles of scholarship, moral character, and civic virtue. In other words, we don't just believe in raising them to be college and career readiness, but we believe in raising virtuous citizens. Our 6 pillars at the grammar level, which is the same as the elementary level, we teach our students 6 pillars. The first is a responsibility, which is doing what one should do without being told. Our students are taught to respect by treating oneself and others with courtesy, kindness, deference, dignity, and civility. Our students are taught to be courageous by doing the right thing, even when it is difficult. They demonstrate courtesy by being thoughtful, helpful, and valuing the thoughts and opinions of others. They are taught to be honest, which means being straightforward and trustworthy. And last but not least, they are asked to demonstrate good citizenship by being a responsible, respectful, courageous, courteous, and trustworthy community members. As you may have read in our petition, where our school is new, but our program is not new. We are a licensed user and in process of the affiliation with an organization called Barney Charter School Initiative. The data in blue highlight how every BCSI schools across the nation, they're just like us, classical charter schools, how they performed in comparison to the state, which is highlighted in red. And as you can see here, almost every single BCSI school has outperformed the state across the nation. I wanted to take this time to talk about what classical education is, but before I do that, I wanted to talk about what it's not. It's not extremely difficult. It's not only for children who are academically high achieving. It's not no longer relevant. It's not a curriculum geared only to college and career readiness. What it is that it's a structured and logical sequencing of learning through the trivium of grammar, logic, and rhetoric. Standards of correctness based on pillars of character, It is very well balanced between positive reinforcement and logical consequences. It's an education in moral virtues such as courage, learned through good habits, and intellectual virtues such as prudence and wisdom, which rest on the moral virtues. It is truly meant to serve all students, regardless of gender, race, socioeconomic status, or ability. We currently have in grades TK through 6th grade, because we added 2 classes in 6th grade this school year, 420 students total. After the spring 2021 lottery, following the open enrollment, we had at the time 700 students on the waiting list, and that's only because our system would allow us to have maximum 700 on the waiting list. After the enrollment was over, we then continued to have an interest list because of our numerous phone calls that we're receiving with families begging to allow them to be on the waiting list. Currently, we opened this not too long ago, and currently there are a little over 400 interested students. So in total, there were more than 1,000 students who wanted to attend OCCA, and keep in mind, we only opened last school year. Parent engagement and involvement is one of the most critical part of OCCA, and these are some of the examples of the different ways that our parents can provide their valuable input or volunteer their time and talent through these different opportunities. We're so grateful for the wonderful parent community that we have at OCCA. Now, please allow me to invite Helen Sir, our assistant headmaster.
Good evening, everyone. If you were to poke Orange County Classical Academy, what would flow out would be classical education instruction, a striving after good character and moral virtue, and a deep appreciation and longing for the true, the good, and the beautiful. Our classrooms are led by teachers who love learning, and they work diligently to be students themselves of what they teach. Instruction is provided in a way that guides students to be curious and ponder, instead of telling students what to think. True critical thinking is achieved when a child is given facts and then asked important questions that allow him or her to consider what those facts mean. Our literacy, math, and Latin curricula are good examples of instructional models that encourage and expect critical analysis on the part of the student, rather than simply giving answers that students are expected to memorize without contemplation. Expectations for behavior are clearly explained to students, but all school staff internalize and embrace these expectations for themselves. We believe that in order for our mission to be successful, we must first have high expectations for ourselves as the adults who our students look up to. We teach what is right and wrong, and we consistently provide praise or logical consequences that are based on those expectations. A Socratic style of teaching encourages students to ask important questions and contemplate. Our greatest hope is that students would learn to love the true, the good, and the beautiful. So we strive to create lessons and experiences that inspire wonder. Students should be going home every day with curiosity about what they learned. All of our teachers utilize the state standards as one way of evaluating our own curriculum and instruction. We provide every teacher with planning days throughout the year to analyze if there are any gaps in our curriculum. They then repace and modify instruction to ensure that students have access to all of the state standards. In order to cultivate a love for learning, OCCA has created a 6th grade pentathlon team that will compete in the OCDE pentathlon. OCCA will also compete in the OCDE Spelling Bee, and we are registered with the Scripps National Spelling Bee. At OCCA, we believe that all students are able to learn and find success in their endeavors. And for students who require extra support, our instructional staff is proactive in providing interventions and accommodations, and we are proud to serve students with SSTs, 504 plans, and IEPs. Supporting students well who have special needs is one of our most important responsibilities as a public charter school. Most of the expectations that we set for our SPED students are universal best practices that we apply in all of our general education classrooms. Creating and maintaining a calm and orderly environment and setting expectations with procedures and rules gives students a sense of control and comfort. Our special ed team works in collaboration with our general education staff to ensure that support is provided with fidelity and according to each student's IEP. We provide English language designated and integrated instruction every day of the week. Integrated instruction is embedded in our whole class instruction, and teachers make it a goal to connect subjects so that learning is cohesive and makes sense in the real world. English language designated instruction is provided for 30 minutes every day by an appropriately credentialed ELD teacher who focuses on English language acquisition through instruction in literacy and reading, formal grammar, vocabulary, and speaking practice. ELD is provided in small groups of no more than 4 students or 1-to-1. Last year, school districts had the option of administering or not administering the CASP statewide assessment. We chose to give the assessment to our 3rd through 5th graders. And although we believe in and love our classical curriculum, we were very curious to see how our students who had missed a half year of in-class instruction in 2020 would fare on a statewide assessment. The top chart represents how 3rd through 5th graders did in the state of California. An average of 20% of students in the state met expectations and 21% exceeded them. Comparatively, an average of 22% of OCCA students met expectations, while an average of 52% exceeded them. For the CASP math assessment, an average of 19% of California students met expectations, while 15% exceeded them. And on average, 32% of OCCA students met expectations, and 46% exceeded them. For our SPED students in the 3rd through 5th grade, 47% of them met or exceeded expectations on the ELA test. 63% met or exceeded expectations on the math assessment. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Lucas Garcia, and I am the president of my school, Orange County Classical Academy. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you this evening, and thank you for everything you've done to help us children in Orange County. Being that it's December 1st and nearing my favorite holiday, my wish would be for all children to be able to have the opportunity to experience Orange County Classical Academy. My prior time being homeschooled inspired my love of learning, and OCCA has taken it to a whole new level. The passion and care that our teachers show us every single day is incredible. They aren't there for the money, they are there because they want to be there. We can feel it, it shows. And I'm so grateful for the classical education. I like to learn how to learn and then form my own opinions. My favorite subject is composition, and I also really enjoy my Latin class. In conclusion, if there was one point that I would like you to take home with you tonight and to consider, is that we need more schools like Orange County, OCCA in our community. Thank you for listening, and please help my wish come true, not just for me, but for all children in Orange County. Help us to open up more OCCAs and watch our generation shine. Thank you so much, Board. God bless you.
I got the short straw tonight going after Lucas. Good evening, board members. My name is Janelle Rulli. I'm with legal counsel for the charter school. And just briefly wanted to talk to you about the countywide benefit status, because of course everything that you've heard tonight is about the current school. And what we're seeking is a brand new school that would be a countywide benefit charter. I know we've been over the countywide benefit piece, but just to remind you that a countywide benefit charter may be approved if the county board finds that the charter school will offer educational services to a student population that will benefit from those services, and that the students could not be served as well by a series of district-approved charters. And again, that determination is at the discretion of the board. We believe that OCCA 2 does meet this standard. So I'm going to do the lawyer thing and briefly touch on the different reasons for that we. Oh, sorry, did I skip it? Sorry, it was already there. The 7 reasons that we have put forward as the different countywide benefits, and I think that my time is short, so I'm going to hit these quickly. So you've heard about the very robust wait list. This is coming from students all over the county. That map that you saw, the purple shaded area was Orange Unified. There are a lot of green little dots that were outside of the Orange Unified boundaries, but all within county boundaries. The second is that this would give us flexibility to open campuses quickly and nimbly anywhere throughout the county in order to meet parent demand, which, as you see, is quite significant. This would be a tuition-free classical education that would be available to all students of a particular benefit to socioeconomically disadvantaged students. Number 4, operating as a countywide benefit would ensure that when families relocate within the county, they can just continue on with the school because it's the same program. 5th, the charter school has demonstrated that EL.
Finish up what you
Thank
have
you.
to say,
Thank you
Jim.
very much. That EL students will be benefited at a much higher rate than at traditional public schools in the district. 6, the benefits are cumulatively magnified because of centralized supervisory oversight. And then last, the model is predicated on operating just one school, one community of students, parents, and teachers who are united in furthering this mission. Thank you.
We're so thankful for your consideration, and we are so grateful as well, and very proud to be submitting this charter petition tonight. Thank you for listening.
The hearing is now open for public comments. Trustee Williams, please call for the first speaker.
And I'm going to give that ability to good trustee Sparks.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to call up the first name, and then I'll call up who's on deck. So first we have up Skylar Chaput. And you have 3 minutes each.
3 minutes?
Yes.
Awesome.
Up to 3 minutes.
Good evening. It is my pleasure to be here with you, Madam President. Oh, I apologize. Thank you. Thank you for having me tonight, as well as our school. I'm here petitioning on behalf of Orange County Classical Education. My name is Skylar Chaput, and I'm a proud teacher at OCCA, where I have the privilege of teaching the 6th grade. When I came to OCCA, I was particularly impressed by the school's commitment to the moral development of its students. It became apparent to me that this school cares not only about what students will be able to know and do, but also about who they are becoming. A clear standard of goodness and virtue is embodied by our staff and is explicitly taught and modeled to our students. At the start of the year, a new student whose behavior quickly earned him a reputation with his peers had joined my class. Soon, other students began to distance themselves from him, leaving him feeling both ostracized and frustrated by the result of his choices. Throughout November, we taught our students the virtue of kindness. We celebrated each other's acts of kindness at the end of each day by rewarding particular students with kindness medals. When it came time to give out the medals for the day, before I could even announce it, the class started chorally chanting this student's name. And out of pure shock and joy, he started to chant his own name too. He went home with a medal and told his parents that he had the best day of his life that day. In the midst of poor choices, this student's classmates believed the best in him and called that out of him in a profound way that has changed his disposition and relationships with others at school for the better. It is my perception that when students embrace virtues that are good and true life change can occur. But they have to be taught these standards of goodness. Things like compassion, generosity, forgiveness, kindness, respect, responsibility. These are the time-tested virtues that make for stronger families, tighter communities, and ultimately a better world. Sadly, much of our world today is now not only embracing a feelings-based way of life, but has encouraged it for our children. Morality, goodness, and truth are becoming increasingly relative to the individual. Kids are encouraged to go with what feels right to them. Yet we all know that feelings come and go, especially in children. Are we willing to entrust the development of our kids to something as dynamic as feelings? In a world where the line between right and wrong is increasingly disputed, we need schools like OCCA to provide a baseline of morality for them. I am forever grateful that I found this school. Its philosophy and practice of moral betterment is a light in our community, and I believe it can be the same for our county if our petition is granted. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Eddie Kim up, and then on deck, Lisa Moat.
Good evening. Hello, my name is Eddie Kim. I'm a parent of two OCCA scholars, Nadia and Lydia. I'm here to share my experience at OCCA. The secret is too good for it to be hidden, but it seems the secret is already out because there's already 1,000+ students on our wait list. I guess you can't really hide good things from people, and you definitely can't hide good schools from Asians. It's true. For a first-year school, we did excellent academically, and unfortunately to say, we blew our neighboring schools out of the water. As impressive as that may seem, the intangibles of this school is what makes it extraordinary. The school is based on 6 character pillars: responsibility, respect, courage, courtesy, honesty, and citizenship. This blows my mind and still does to this day. Not only is OCCA educating children rigorously in academics, but training them to be good citizens and future leaders. Isn't this exactly what we want for our children? Yet so many schools are missing the mark, and it's very obvious that many parents want this focus as well. Did I mention there's over 1,000 students on our waiting list? Secondly, you know the school is amazing when all eligible staff children attend our school. One of the schools my children previously attended, the principal would always say, "Oh, this is the best school in Orange County," but ironically sent her children to another school district. Wow, that's very interesting. Third, our children were taught Korean as their first language, and they were struggling with English. Actually, it was quite embarrassing to know that our children who were born in America would need to enroll in the ELD program. The staff at OCCA encouraged us to enroll and got us caught up in 1 year during the pandemic, and now they're excelling. Children are sponges, and with great education, they can do great things. The reason I am here is an effort to help other families, and hopefully ones that need a leg up from society. There's constant talk and discussion about helping people of color, minorities, and the less fortunate. We all say that, right? Well, this school has been a godsend to our family, and I hope that this board can help these families in need. There are 1,000+ students on our waiting list. Please make it possible for them to be able to experience the hope and joy the school has brought our family. I'm here fighting for them. I hope you will fight for them as well. Thank you for your time. God bless.
Thank you. Lisa is up, and Madison Miner is next on deck.
Good evening, esteemed members of the board. My name's Lisa Moat, and I'm honored to have the opportunity to speak with you today. I've had the privilege of being a founding 4th grade teacher at OCCA. I am also a mother of 2 daughters, ages 6 and 7, who also attend this wonderful school. My daughters and my students are the driving force behind why I'm here with you today. I want to share with you my passion and belief in the purpose of our school to help you better understand why myself and so many other educators and parents, as you'll hear today, believe so deeply in the mission and vision of our school. As an educator, I've had the unique opportunity to teach in various schools. I began my career teaching in a Catholic school where I taught for 5 years. I then chose to work for a charter school in LA for another 5. In both settings, I was deeply disheartened to see firsthand how the curriculum and school's priorities were failing our students. There was a clear and consistent lack of emphasis on foundational skill building and reading quality literature, while also teaching students to be virtuous. As a teacher and a parent, I longed for a quality education that held high expectations for both academics and behavior. When I first learned about the mission of OCCA and its emphasis on teaching students what is true and good through a classical, content-rich curriculum that emphasizes the principles of scholarship, moral character, and civic virtue, I knew that my my prayers had been answered. I'm proud to have helped open a school that strives for excellence and holds itself, its students, and all stakeholders to high expectations and educating students in mind, character, and heart. This is the education I want to provide my students and my own children, one that will help them live a life of excellence. Despite the challenges, as you've heard, that opening a school last year brought, with courage, wisdom, and a lot of determination, our school and its community has blossomed and grown and has allowed our students to do the same. Our students are eager to come to school to learn the fundamental skills that are the building blocks of their education. They're reading classical literature that opens their minds to different perspectives and allows them to think deeply and critically. To help students grow in their intellectual and moral virtues, educators like myself collaborate to produce quality instruction that focuses on providing students with specific supports to fit their individual needs. We utilize co-teaching models and small group instruction to provide differentiated and scaffolded supports to ensure that our instruction is accessible, effective, and equitable to all of our students. The need for our school to continue to grow is evident, as you're going to continue to hear today, in our overwhelmingly large waiting list. Homeschool, public, and private school families are all eager to be a part of our school because it's a school that matches the values and beliefs of so many parents like myself. We have longed for this quality, holistic, and classical approach to education that we have not found anywhere else. In short, OCCA is a school that's founded on the belief that all families should have access to this high-quality, tuition-free classical education. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Madison is up, and Yesenia Flores is next.
Can I start with a question? Am I allowed to speak on other agenda items now, or do I wait?
So this is right now the public hearing for the Classical Academy.
So no.
So if you want to make another comment, under public comment, you have to fill out another card.
Okay, wonderful. I'll move down my list then. Okay. Hi, my name is Madison Miner. Thank you for having me tonight. I have 3 kids attending OCCA, and one is anxiously awaiting her time to enter. As everyone knows. My oldest child attended a wonderful school in Orange Unified School District before we decided to make the move to a classical education school. I have nothing but great things to say about our previous school, except that my son needed a different method of instruction and homework that best fit his learning style. My son even argued he didn't want to leave the school he was at because he loved his teacher and his friends there. However, as a mom, I knew he needed something different. Within a week of us starting him at OCCA, he had the biggest smile on his face, and I'll never forget when he came into my room and he thanked me. He thanked me for taking him to this school. He said he was excited to go to school for the first time ever. And the next day, he was excited to go to school even though it was a Saturday. I didn't let him go. I'm not that bad of a mom. It has given him a renewed joy for learning. We are so grateful for our Classical Academy, and we feel like many other children would benefit from an alternative teaching method as well. It's been so obvious to even our family and neighbors who have watched our kids as young as transitional kindergarten use phonograms to sound out difficult words, recite extensive historical poems, and demonstrate virtue, honesty, respect, courage, courtesy, and citizenship in their daily lives. Please approve our countywide petition so even more classical schools under the Orange County Board of Education may be an option to help all students excel and reach their highest potential. Thank you.
Thank you. Yesenia is up, and then Mike Davis is on deck.
Good evening, members of the school board. My name is Yesenia Flores, and this is the first time I've ever spoken at a public meeting. For those who are not first-timers like myself, I am sure you recall what gave you the courage to first do so was something you felt very strongly about. In this case, I feel very strongly about expanding the great opportunities for parents to send their children to a school like OCCA. I should also mention I'm a mother of 2 amazing girls. My girls were accepted into OCCA in the middle of last school year. The school was the perfect fit. It was exactly what my husband and I value in education for our children. Initially, I would drive over 100 round-trip miles per day so I can give this opportunity to my girls. As a parent, I witnessed how passionate the school staff were about education, which motivated me to volunteer as often as I could. Eventually, I was hired as a campus monitor and then as a parent outreach coordinator, which is the title I currently hold. Through firsthand experience, I can tell you the demand for this type of school is very high. Every day, I receive phone inquiries about enrollment opportunities. We currently have students, families that commute from other cities such as Pasadena, Long Beach, Whittier, and Corona. I take many calls from parents who cry to me out of desperation to have the accessibility to a school like OCCA near their home. I can also tell you from my experience in trying 3 other schools for my daughters, I have personally seen more diverse, engaged, and committed group of parents that come together to support our school's mission and vision as I have at OCCA. We have an overwhelming amount of parent volunteers. This past summer, we saw an incredible amount of effort and synergy from our parents to help prepare the playground and classrooms for the fall school year. I am very blessed for my girls to attend this school, as well as for me to work there and contribute to its foundation. And I truly want to share this community-like experience with other families who value the same thing for their children. My ask is that you approve and accept OCCA's into the county school district so other deserving and appreciative families can give this opportunity to their children. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mike is up, and then we have Kristen Rocky on deck.
Members of the board, my name is Mike Davis. I'm the Director of Operations and Culture at OCCA. But I'm speaking here today not so much as a member of the school staff, but as a father who 2 years ago despaired of finding the kind of education for his kids he knew was becoming increasingly available to families across the country. But we were fortunate because in March of 2020, we learned that Orange County Classical Academy had just been approved. And despite the fact that my family resides in Pasadena, we registered our kids and have ever since been driving to the city of Orange and back every day for every school day. So we drive 2 hours a day so our kids can go to a classical charter school. Why? Well, in another forum with more time, I'd be able to more fully talk about things like how the last 30 years of cognitive science around learning literacy and learning have validated the emphasis of our school's focus on explicit phonics and subject matter mastery. I'd be able to go over how the significant drop in student outcomes American schools experienced in the 1960s was due to the turn away from those principles, and how a similar drop was experienced in France after 1987, and how it was their most underserved students who suffered the most. I also would be able to go over how the one successful state model our country had seen since the report A Nation at Risk came out in the 80s was the state of Massachusetts, who not only outperformed other states on the NAEP for 10 years, but also simultaneously experienced a narrowing of the notorious student achievement gap. And it was due entirely to a return to the principles our school uses in its curriculum. But then, I would go over how our reasons for such an emphasis on mastering literacy and content is not just for college and career readiness, but so that as our students grow into young adults, they will have the necessary sophistication to grapple with the most important ideas and values that go to why we want to be good citizens and good neighbors to each other. The tendency in forums like this is to ask, how does the particular school serve underserved communities? But there is a more important question that we should be asking, that if the model of our curriculum and pedagogy is particularly successful in teaching all communities, not just some, why can't this model be made more widely available to all families? So I ask, not only on our behalf, but on behalf of all those parents in Orange County who are today like I was 2 years ago, should they not also have for them what this school has been for my kids and the kids of all these families you see here today?
That was the time, sir.
Sorry.
I'll let you finish up.
One sentence. That is what you'll be deciding today, and as you deliberate, please be assured the families of Orange County are watching. Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen is up, and Drew Mosier is on deck.
Good evening, dear board members, president, and superintendent. Many approach this podium with strong opinions and passion. Before sharing my own, I want to applaud you all for tirelessly working to navigate and implement education in the face of a pandemic. Thank you for your enduring leadership. Education is the reason we are all here, each of us with our own role. Equal voices responsible for shaping the future of our children. While education grows the mind and opens future doors, I would ask you to take a step back and consider character. What good is an education if you are dishonest, disrespectful, and selfish? Each of you were nominated and ultimately selected for your position, a result of your good character. We reside in Los Alamitos, having several distinguished schools in our own backyard, but scores and awards don't define us and surely don't give the entire picture. We felt a change was needed for our family. We learned of Orange County Classical Academy and prayerfully embarked on a new chapter at a new school. Each day, Monday through Friday, we commute nearly 80 miles to and from the school. 80 miles seems excessive to some, but how far would you drive to ensure your child was being taught character as part of their education? We are blessed with 3 incredibly full boys who are in preschool, 4th and 6th grades, each having different learning styles and needs. Our oldest might be considered a challenging student, lacking focus, is impulsive, and struggles to turn in work. Try harder and do better, return void. He requires evolving supports, encouragement, and loads of patience. My son is the son mentioned that had his best day ever. I've attended my share of IEP meetings. For the past 4 years, I've approached meetings overly prepared and lacking confidence in the staff's willingness to do and give my son whatever it takes for him to thrive until this school year. We've met with Mrs. Park and the team several times, each time my hope and confidence increasing. I find myself looking forward to our next IEP because I know without a doubt my son will have progress to report. My parents were school librarians with over 70 years in education between them both. Recently, my mom commented that if she had to do it over, she's not sure she would choose education. The work is hard, the accountability is so high, and the pay is so little. She's right, the accountability and demands have never been greater. Yet almost daily, my son's 6th grade teacher eagerly communicates with me. His educational specialist is always there with a fresh idea, and Mrs. Park has cared for our son like no principal before her. In the short 3 months we've been at OCCA, I feel overwhelmingly supported and valued. The instructors model what they and any parent want for their child, character, and care. I know that other charter schools like Explorer Academy have stood here. And prior to your approving their petition, they expressed concern that seeking expansion at the discretion of multiple districts was consuming on multiple levels. Many of you concurred, and I ask this evening for the same consideration, that you would kindly approve our petition for expansion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Drew is up, and Dawn is on deck.
Good evening. I'm not sure how I can follow that. That was really touching. I'm Drew Mosier. I'm a professor of mathematics and computer science at Chapman University, and I'm currently serving as the dean of the School of Communication there. But tonight I'm here as a member of the board of OCCA, and I'll be speaking a bit on behalf of the board. We board members are really proud of our role in supporting the success of OCCA, recognizing that it's not our success, we're the supporters of it. It's the first Classics Academy in Orange. We hope to be only the first. And we're proud of providing the steady leadership for this really important venture. Through our diverse professional experience, which you'll hear of in a moment, our uncompromising focus on high standards, our shared vision, and our commitment to the families of this entire county, we are really ready for the work ahead to bring the benefits of OCCA to children throughout the county. So let me quickly introduce our board members. Dr. Jeff Barkey, our board chair, is a primary care physician in private practice. Dr. Barkey was elected to the Los Alamitos Unified School District Board of Education for 12 years. And Dr. Barkey is also a volunteer reserve deputy for the Orange County Sheriff's Department, so watch out. So behave. Jean Judge is our board treasurer. She's an experienced attorney. She is currently staff attorney for the U.S. District Court and has practiced law at firms around the world. Ms. Judge is the mother of a student attending OCCA 1 and is the wife of a member of our armed forces currently serving overseas. We thank Jean and her family for their service to the country. Dr. Stephen Bean is the area superintendent of Aspire Public Schools in Los Angeles and oversees 11 public charter schools. Dr. Bean has more than 14 years of experience as a superintendent, associate superintendent, school principal, and in addition, over 22 years of experience in education overall. Bishop Gail Oliver is a bishop and ordained apostle of the Greater Light Family Church in Santa Ana. Bishop Oliver brings a lifetime of experience in the faith community to the OCCA board and has become, for me, a really valued colleague on this board. And I bring nearly 40 years of, no, that can't be right, 40 years? I need to check the math, but I'll do that later. 40 years of experience in higher education, my goodness. And in educational leadership, and I've been at Chapman for 26 years, and I've been a resident of Orange for that entire time. OCCA's county-wide petition represents a sound governance structure rooted in stewardship by a board that has demonstrated competency through all of our collective experience, our partnership with Icon School Management for fiscal and back office services, and governance priorities and policies and controls that will ensure success. But most of all, we are the supporters of this remarkable group of students and parents.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mosher. That was
You're
your time.
And that's all I needed.
Okay.
Thank you. Donna, you're up, and Rafael Garcia is on deck.
Good evening. Thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to speak on behalf of myself and my children. I'm going to tell you what led me to OCCA. I am a mother of 3 children, one in 4th grade, one in 6th grade, and one that went through the public school system. He's now 20 and not doing too well. So, you know, I won't place the blame, but there was a lot of pushing through grades and a lot of things that occurred that put him in a position of not strength when he graduated the public school system. I'm not able to afford private education, so when I was praying and praying and praying, I was like, please open something up so I don't have to re-enroll my children during a pandemic. I'm a full-time mother. I work 80 hours a week. I manage 4 communities. I'm very busy. And the one thing I don't want to worry about is what's going into my children's heads. And the very big point is, you know, I looked at the curriculum, I examined it, I made sure that this was the decision that I wanted to make. So that's kind of the story. I couldn't afford it. And so me, like other parents, that's why the wait list is so high, and I'm sure that it would be 3,000 if it could be. But at any rate, you know, the last I checked, we do live in a free country. It's the United States of America. And as a parent, we should have the ability to choose the best school possible without having to worry about the money. That's what I have to worry about, is the money. I can't afford it. This is the next best option for my children and their minds, and to help them be a good member of society, a good neighbor, to learn all those virtues and values that we have lost in our country. We are seeing this every single day. So I implore all of you to make this decision to allow this countywide petition, or this petition to go countywide. There is a big need. The other reasons why I chose this school is because there is no critical race theory, there is no sexual perversion, and these are other reasons why I stood before this actual very room many occasions, because I started examining the curriculum that is being taught to my children, and I am not okay with it. And I'm gonna stand up for my children. I'm a mama bear, and I deserve to know what my children are being taught, and if I disagree, I should actually have a say to change that. So the beautiful thing about OCCA is that it aligned with everything that I believe. as the family values. And I says, hey, this is what I have to do. God opened that door. We're here today. I'm standing before you. And if I can get everyone who supports OCCA to stand up to make an impact to everyone, if you could just stand up and let's just see the support that is pouring these rooms and imploring you to make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Raphael is up, and Suki Alawalia is on deck. Hopefully I said the name right.
Good evening, board. I wanted to start off by thanking you for allowing me to speak today, and thank you for your dedication to the children of Orange County. My name is Rafael Garcia, and I have 2 scholars that attend Orange County Classical Academy. As a parent, if I had to use one word to describe OCCA, it would be passion. The teachers at OCCA are so passionate in teaching that it sparks a passion in the students in learning, sorry. A passion that I was sorely lacking as an immigrant child entering the Orange County public school system for the first time back in 1984. Since my experience had a rough and quite honestly traumatic start, you can imagine the hesitation I had in sending my 2 sons, Jonathan and Lucas, to a public school setting. But enter OCCA. What a breath of fresh air. This school has had an incredible impact on our family. My boys are thriving at this school. When we pick them up at the end of the day, they are so excited to share with us what they've learned throughout the day. And literally, when it comes to vacation or break time, they would rather be at school. In closing, Orange County Classical Academy is truly priceless. And board, having more of these schools in our community is a very good thing. I humbly urge you to do whatever you can to make it possible to open up more of these schools. We need them, our kids need them, our community needs them. And I promise you that countless lives will be forever impacted. Thank you so much for your time, and have a good night.
Thank you. Suki, you're up, and Rebecca Holtz is on deck. Did I say your name correctly?
Yes, you did. That
thank
was
you.
fantastic. Suki Aluwalia, Counsel for Huntington Beach City School District and Placentia Yorba Linda School District. So good evening, board members, superintendent, and all of the lovely faces out here, including so many cute ones. So I'm not speaking on behalf of the charter petition because you've heard a lot of great things about the charter and what it's offering. What I'm going to be speaking to you about is the countywide benefit. So in this particular instance, I first wanted to say that both the Huntington Beach City School District as well as Placentia Yorba Linda believe in parent choice and the need for options for parents and families. But in this case, we believe that the county board should deny the countywide charter petition. First of all, the Charter Schools Act, including the recent changes to the Charter Schools Act, make clear that a countywide is not intended to be the norm, but the exception in unique and infrequent circumstances. Therefore, countywide charters are subject to different and higher standards than our charters that are directly submitted to a school district. To approve a petition for a countywide, the county board must find that the charter petition cannot be served as well a school that operates in only one school district, and you have to also be satisfied that the petitioners have provided reasonable justification for why it could not be established by a petition to a school district. OCCA 2's rationale for proposing a countywide are unconvincing and do not form the basis for approval as a countywide charter. The essence of OCCA 2's petition are its assertion that its current district-authorized charter school is providing a sound educational program to its students and that the current school has a long list of interested families. Thus, by their own account, it is successfully providing an educational program and does not need countywide benefit status in order to implement its program. The fact that there are interested families does not meet the high and specific standards for a countywide charter. Rather, it argues in favor of OCCA seeking to expand its current school and or submit one or more charter petitions to other school districts in order to expand operations. The findings required for a countywide petition are not met simply because the school desires to expand its size or simply because it wants to operate in multiple districts. OCCA's stated justification that it desires to serve students from all areas of Orange County equally and does not want to be confined by the legal admission preferences also does not constitute a sufficient grounds for a countywide approval. Additionally, its assertion that it should be approved as a countywide benefit because it creates increased operational efficiencies is quite simply not an appropriate basis for countywide approval. Any and every charter operator could argue that having a single authorizer for multiple schools creates some level of operational efficiency, but countywide benefit charters are limited only to unique situations. The Charter Schools Act specifically favors district-level control and oversight through individual district-authorized charters over any potential operational efficiency offered by the countywide charters. For these reasons, both the Huntington Beach City and Placentia Yorba Linda school districts encourage you to make this decision with fidelity to the limitations and high standards applicable to countywide benefit charter proposals and the clear preference for district-authorized charters and deny the countywide charter. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca is up and Roy Kim is on deck.
I wanted to say, just off of what she just said, it does create a unique situation. And I think we can all say here that this is an extremely unique situation. The only thing that I can talk to you about is just my personal experience. And my experience at OCCA, I learned about this school from a friend, and when I was able to get into the school, I wasn't sure what it was I was getting into, but I heard it was good. And so my daughter, one of my daughters that attends, I have two, did not do well in our other public school, our local public school. She was failing. She was getting Fs on her tests. The teachers said that she was challenging. She asked too many questions. My daughter is the kind of kid that just colors outside of the lines and thinks it's the most beautiful thing in the world. And I tell her that it is because she made it. And that type of a personality in our local school was told that she's wrong. And so since coming to OCCA, the teachers have taught her that what she creates is coming from within her and the spirit that's inside of her, and that she has something to give to the community and to the other students, and she has never been told that in a school setting before. She's now coming home excited about the education because the teachers are actually dialoguing with her. They're not telling her to take the test. It doesn't matter. The test scores are important, but what's more important is the kind heart that's inside of you. What's more important is the way that I'm seeing the citizenship inside of the class. And for the first time, she's contributing in the class and she's doing the homework because all of a sudden she feels worthy in the classroom. And this is something that my daughter is 11 years old and I have never experienced with her. And when she comes home, I've had to counter those lies that have been spoken over her for the last 5 years. And now she's coming home excited and she's laying out her clothes for school the night before. And so I beg you, I have friends whose kids are in the same situation, and I have to tell them there's no way that you're going to get in because the wait list is so high. So yes, this is a unique situation, and I implore each one of you to realize that our public education is not a one-size-fits-all. It wasn't for my daughter, and if she would have continued down that road, I'm really nervous as to what kind of a kid she would have turned into because she would have believed those lies. So I implore you to think outside of the box and think about those kids that don't fit into that square peg. Thank you.
Roy is up and Tina Harris is on deck.
Good evening, members of the board, superintendent, and OCD staff. My name is Roy Kim, and I'm the CEO of Icon School Management, and I'm here today on behalf of OCCA. My goal is to give you an overall financial picture of OCCA, some of the challenges that the school was faced with and was able to overcome, and talk to you a little bit about what the school is expecting in the next 5 years of the charter as a countywide benefit charter school. The school officially started in July 2020, as Headmaster Ms. Park mentioned, and we are currently in our second year of operation. The school started in the year of the COVID-19 pandemic, which is something that I would not have recommended. The reason being, schools were faced with 27 to 30% of state deferrals at that time. So opening a charter school is hard enough. Why open in the year of the deferrals? OCCA also opened with 360 students the first year. That is something that I would also not recommend anybody try doing. The reason being, new charter schools receive only about 40% of their revenues in the first 6 months of the school. However, their expenses range from 60 to 80%, because as you can imagine, the schools need to purchase supplies, buy furniture, and then get into pay deposits for leases, things of that nature. So when a normal school opens up with about 150 students, which is what I would normally recommend, they did it with 3 times that amount, so their need of cash flow was that much greater. However, despite these challenges, the school was able to end the first year of school with $229,000 of positive ending fund balance. Now, how the school was able to do that, I would kind of summarize within 3 ways. One, they had very conservative spending the first year. Sammy would probably tell you how thin they were in their budget. And we were also able to work with vendors to defer payments whenever they were accepting of that agreement. Number 2, we also engaged in very low interest bearing loans. Typically for brand new charter schools, they engage in what's called selling receivables. The interest rate on that receivable sales ranges from 17 to 22, 23%. However, OCCA was able to get loans with less than half of that percentage. And number 3, perhaps the most important, is that OCCA was able to receive a lot of donations from the community. As a matter of fact, at the end of the first year, OCCA received $286,000 in donations, and OCCA also raised $75,000 in fundraising, which is very unique and something that I haven't really seen as newly operational charter schools.
I'll give you 3 seconds. How about that?
So with that, I hope you have confidence in that OCCA will be able to overcome the challenges. We're in a very strong fiscal state in order to have strong reserves, and we'll carry that into the 5-year term as a county benefit charter school. Thank you.
Thank you. Tina is up, and then Joel Owen is on deck. And that'll be our last comment for tonight in this section. Yes.
Hi, good evening. Sorry, we're a little bit of a disaster. My name is Tina Harns, and I am not a member or a parent at OCCA. And I very much wish that it were different. I'm here representing my mom's squad from Placentia, Yorba Linda. And if there's a unique situation here, there's also a unique situation there. We need options, and we are desperately trying to do whatever we can to give our children the best possible. All I'm saying is my daughter, I had to find a ride for her tonight so that I could be here, so somebody could pick her up, because this is important. This is something that every parent in Orange County is fighting for. And I ask you to please consider granting this charter, because it would make lives of parents all over Orange County so much easier. Honey, you're okay. I'm the one that should be crying, not you. And I have seen the results. You've seen the results. You've seen how incredible this school is. And the teachers have spoken. And when the teachers speak up for the quality of the work, I think that says all you need to know. And I'm just so grateful that opportunities like this exist. And even if I'm not in the school, I'm glad that at least 400 other kids are lucky enough to be in it. So please consider saying yes to this charter. Thank you.
Thank you. Joel, you're up.
Hi, good evening. I think we could all probably agree that we could have just wrapped up this presentation after Lucas Garcia spoke. So this is all kind of just reinforcement to how he spoke so eloquently and on behalf of the school. But I want to say just a couple things real quick, and I'll close with 2 quick anecdotes. We're relatively new to this new school. I have 2 daughters, and we've only been going here since August. And I want to say that my daughters are thriving. You've heard the 6 pillars repeated throughout the night. I'm seeing them embody these pillars, not only at school, but also at home and in our community. This is the first time our 3rd grader has been to 3 different schools so far, and this is the first time we've ever not had to implore them to get out of bed to go to school in the morning. And mind you, one of those was homeschool. So I think that's saying a lot. But I just have 2 quick anecdotes and then I'll close. We were kind of concerned about our kindergartner transitioning into a traditional school and going to school because she loves to be with her mom and it's full days and it's 5 days a week. And so we offered to her the idea of, it's okay if you need a personal day, we're going to give you a personal day. So first off, she hasn't taken a personal day yet. I would have taken a personal day. But our 3rd graders heard the story, heard us talking to her. She goes, "What's a personal day?" And we said, "Well, that's, if things are a little overwhelming, you can stay home and we'll just let you, take a day off." She's like, "Well, I don't want a personal day. I'll get behind." And so this is like, we're watching her thrive. We're watching her want to be at school. And the other thing I'll say is our fifth grader, our 5-year-old, the other day, this is 2 months ago. So mind you, she's been at the school for 2 months. And she unbidden told us about, realism and oh gosh, no. Well, she just started talking about what? Oh, what do we think it was? No, she was talking to us about fiction and nonfiction and realism, and we're standing there watching her at the couch tell her these things. And I was an English lit major. That's how I got my degree. And I was like, "Honey, that's a wonderful expression of what that means." And so we think that as we watch our daughters having been in different environments and knowing the type of schooling and education that they're getting, we think that it is so important for as many students in Orange County as possible to have the same education. So thank you for considering.
Thank you.
This concludes the public hearing. The Orange County Department of Education staff report will be published on January 18th, and the board will take action at the February 2nd meeting. Representatives from Orange County Classical Academy 2 are available in person to answer questions. Trustee Williams, I now close the public hearing and turn the meeting back over to you.
Thank you, Araceli, and this is the time that the board gets to ask questions. So I will start from my right to the good trustee Gomez. Do you have any questions?
Just briefly, just a couple of things. What is the class size? Probably, if you want to go to the microphone.
Our class size is, TK is currently at 25 students, and kinder through 6th grade each have anywhere between 27 to 29 students.
Okay, good, thank you. And I see that there was one part of the petition talked about 420 students, and another part of the petition talked about 626 students. So which is the accurate number? Your enrollment?
It's 420 students.
Okay, because there was something in the petition that said there were 626 students as of October 12th.
That might have been for the anticipation, because our plans and our hope is that we can add 7th and 8th grade next school year.
Okay, so there's something is not right. Okay, well, maybe we'll take a look at that. I'll ask the staff to take a look at that number. That's all I have for right now.
Very good. Doctor?
Oh, I'll ask just a couple questions while you're up there. So what is your secret sauce?
Honestly, the secret sauce.
You're the secret sauce, though.
I'll sell it to you for $2 million.
Yeah, there you go. I like it. Yeah.
To be honest, it's our mission and vision. It's truly our mission and vision. This school is so unique. This is my 15th year in education, and mostly in the charter school background. I come from having taught and having been a principal in South LA in a low income Title I family. And while I still love that school very much, the one thing that I fought for that the organization was not allowing, unfortunately, was really putting the character values and the virtues forth before the intellectual learning. And as we presented, we teach two things, moral virtue and the intellectual virtue. And we truly believe that both need to happen concurrently, and without learning the moral virtue, our students cannot truly pursue what's good and beautiful and true.
And thank you. I have two more kind of more serious questions. How are you handling the IEP students in a unique way
Yes.
that you do, given your approach to the good and beautiful? And
I
true?
wouldn't say it's so unique. I would say that we're doing everything in our power to make it as robust and powerful as we can for our 32 students with IEPs. So we have one education specialist who is full-time. We also hired, through the grant that we got this school year, we were able to afford 2 more instructional assistants, specifically in special education. We also have we always say, if you ask any of our teachers, who has the ownership of our students with IEPs? We say every adult who works with a child. It's not just up to the education specialist, but it's truly up to all adults who support them. Some of our students with IEPs have up to 8 different adults who are supporting them, depending on their needs. We believe in raising them with confidence and not thinking that they should be having lower expectations of themselves, but maintain the same expectations, but we want to make sure we're providing them the right differentiated support that they deserve to learn.
Thank you. And then my last question is, if we were able to approve this expansion, for lack of a better word, to expand the uniqueness of what you offer to Orange
Yes.
County students, what would you see as the challenges of expansion, and what barriers do you anticipate down the line?
I would say it's pretty similar to what we went through in our year 1, although probably not as much as what we've gone through. But the biggest challenge is finding the location sites that are willing to house us for our school. And because we're also in affiliation with Barney Charter School Initiative, we have a strong guidance and through BCSI program. And so they are kind of our headquarter coaches that really give us that guidance. And I know that every headmaster, including myself, had to go through a very rigorous interview process to be approved by them. And so it's not just finding a principal who has years of experience, but it's somebody who truly, deeply understands and desires classical education.
Thank you.
Sure.
Very good. And I get to go last. To Lucas, you're an incredible young man. Getting up there and sharing with us with such enthusiasm, confidence, and the energy you have is exciting. It's inspiring, and thank you so much for what you shared. And we give that credit to the headmaster. To the 6 pillars, keep them close to your heart and your mind and your soul, because they will guide you in your future years. They will provide that straight and narrow path. I do believe that this charter is a very unique situation. I wish we had it in every single school district, so every single parent can have the good direct academic instruction, the understanding of Western civilization, how we arrived at rules and laws, and getting away from all of the critical race theory that undermines the current California ethnic study program. How do you, on that point, teach appropriately the impact of ethnic studies and the impact of all of the bad things that has happened to people of various ethnicities and races?
Good question. I think you sit down. Let me answer that for you. Ethnic studies is actually embedded into our curriculum in K-12. Maybe not so much at the grammar level, but definitely at the logic and rhetoric level. And speaking of the bad sides, when we teach history, our students, by the way, in 4th grade, for example, they learn up to 12 different subject areas. Starting in TK and kindergarten, they regularly learn history, geography, art, music, so many different content areas. And we don't try to dilute the curriculum by teaching them only the good sides of Western civilization. We teach them, we provide them the factual information. And our philosophy in classical education is that we teach them how to think, not what to think. And I think that's a big component. We lay out the facts, we lay out the mistakes that our founding fathers may have made, and we allow them to come to their own conclusions.
But you're not inculcating Marxism or advancing that concept.
No, we will never do that.
Awesome. How do you meet the law of the California Healthy Youth Act. This board has spoken out over the past few years very strongly against the unfortunate loss of the innocence of our children because of the attacks upon children by certain institutions and certain curriculums and textbooks that have been out there. How do you bridge that law yet keep the innocence of your children?
Another great question. We're very aware of the act, and we also know that it is to be to beginnings in 7th grade. We have already discussed the curriculum that we have in mind to use for providing that instruction, and we will follow the mandated law in California in which we are obligated to provide at least 15 days of notice to our parents before teaching the program. And our parents, to my understanding, they still have the opportunity to opt out if they want to, but we will follow the law because we are a charter school and we would not want to break it just because of the title of being a charter school. We're aware that it's a public, independent school.
Awesome. And my last question is to you, council. You're always the cleanup.
I'll take fourth spot.
As you know, this board has taken and seen that charter schools are advanced because they give the right of parents to direct the upbringing of their children, which is unfortunately being taken away in so many ways. What are the legal bridges that you have to cross to maybe not convince the staff, but to convince the public that this is a unique situation? A countywide benefit is something that cannot be in one single district, you're in Orange Unified right now. Could you talk about how expanding this concept to other schools would be difficult in other districts?
Yeah, I think what it comes down to is what OCCA is proposing is really to be one school that has a number of campuses. It's one curriculum, one community, one set of administrators and teachers that happens to operate in multiple districts throughout the county. It is not seeking, like a number of other clients and a number of the other schools that your board has authorized, it is not seeking to fashion a charter management organization that would operate several schools kind of scattered throughout the county or maybe even in adjacent counties as well. So the idea is that this is one concept, one school, where if a student happened to move from one area of the county to another, provided that there's room in the other campus, they could continue on with their education without any interruptions. And it does allow for that singular community, singular mission and vision, which is what you heard as the secret sauce here.
Earlier, we had one single individual that came up and spoke against the charter. Could you speak to some of the concepts and topics that she talked about?
Yes, and I have just truly the highest respect for Ms. Ahluwalia. I don't see her right now, but she may still be here. We have been colleagues across the aisle for really my whole career. What I will say is that I don't see the standard for countywide benefit as higher or lower than a school district standard. They're just two different standards. There's two different sections of the education code. They're written similarly, but not identically. And so the idea with a countywide benefit is that we, the charter school, our burden is to show to you that we have, we've come up with some justifications as to why the students, first of all, students will benefit from this program, and then second, that they wouldn't, that the program wouldn't do as well operated by a series of different charter schools. Not that it couldn't, it's just that it wouldn't be done as well. And so there's not a standard for uniqueness. There's, what else did she talk about? She had a concern about the operational efficiency argument. I still think that that's a valid argument to say that the focus and the resources of the school can really be put into the student population if we are not chasing down school districts whose opinions, whose politics, whose membership change over time, and they may be asking different things from the school. I mean, this is really a way to preserve what's core here, and then it wouldn't have to change based on a number of different districts.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions, Becky? I'm good for now. Okay, being that there is no other questions from this board, Araceli, do I just close out the meeting then? Or Is that your pleasure to do such? And we'll move on to public comments next.
It's already been closed. You can move on.
Okay, very good. So thank you very much. At this point, if you want to stay, you're more than welcome to, but we're going to give 5 minutes break, and you can stay and listen to more of this, all this good discussion about schools and our kids, or you can leave. So we know there's a lot of children here. You have to get to school early tomorrow. 5-minute break we're going to take.
Let me see that.
There he is.
We do have some public comments.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so you want me to go with public comments?
Yeah.
Madam President?
Yes, please
Okay,
go with
very
the
good.
public comments.
So I have 3 cards here. One is Madison Minor, John Nelson, and a Kim Smell, if Kim is here. So we'll take Mr. Nielsen. John, you're up first, and then Madison, you'll be on deck. And then Kim, if she's still here, will be the 3rd speaker. And we will have public comments for the public hearing under 8 when we get there.
Well, thank you again for having me here to speak on my own behalf this time, actually. And of our firm, NP Consultants, thank you for the trust you put in us to do the critical race theory survey. So I'm just here really to update you on the progress. And as of right now, we have about 850 respondents to the survey. So we anticipate being done by the end of the month. And currently, we have respondents in every single district. The minimal district is 16, so we're going to see what we can do about that district to kind of continue that. Trustee Gomez asked me for the survey questions, which I provided, so I'm going to provide in true transparency. If I can provide the questions for the other board members as well, if I can leave it somewhere or.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, it's not in a little better format, but it is the questions. So anyway, that'll give you an idea on what we're going to do. When we're complete with the survey, we will be doing complete analytics. We will be doing analyze and look for results in any significant trending that may occur, any correlation between different sorts of demographics, different sorts of answers to the questions and correlate between the questions. And so you'll have a full, complete an analysis of trends, anything significant for the entire county and by district. And this is being done by school district. Okay. So anyway, I just want to give you a quick update.
Thank you.
Thank
very
you so
much.
much.
Madison Minor. And then Kim is on deck.
Hi, good evening again. I wanted to talk about agenda item 6 briefly, which is the proposal from, I believe it was Dr. Williams and Ms. Barkey. Yes, okay, sorry. Getting my notes back in order. Anyway, so I wanted to talk about that because I, as a mom, am very passionate about that topic. I'm all about keeping kids safe. I'm all about making sure that our kids have vaccines that have been around for 10, 20, 30 years. But I am not for enforcing something that we haven't had tested yet enough. I've been called an anti-vaxxer by people, which is just not true. My kids are up to date on vaccines, especially the vaccines that have been around for 10, 20, 30 years. I am, however, against using my family as test trials, especially with a 99.9 continuing survival rate. Any person dying is very sad, but we actually come to the point of enforcing a vaccine that's not been tested long enough? How many kids have died from COVID in the country and from OUSD? That's the district I come from. I believe it was 2. One was actually younger than 3 years old, though, so technically not a student yet, with underlying conditions. And the other student was much older, I believe, in their 20s. Both with underlying conditions. It's very sad. I agree, it's very sad. However, I feel like that is not a global pandemic issue. That is a local tragedy. I believe that the numbers that we should focus on are local. I am unaware of a single OUSD student personally dying from COVID, even though I've read reports about it. I have, however, had 3 friends with students that have committed suicide in the same time span as when COVID started. How many kids suffer from depression? How many kids have overdosed on illegal drugs? More kids die in car crashes in our school district, in the school district I come from, than from COVID. My kids are little. They're 7, 5, 4 and 2, which is actually not true because one of them is turning 8 tomorrow, and he would be very mad at me for not saying that. My other son just turned 6. So besides being wild, they're very crazy. I praise God they are typically developing and they are healthy. So why would I inject them with something that could instantly reverse that? We just don't know. I know there's so many studies on myocarditis and on other underlying or on other adverse reactions, and I'm just not willing to risk my kids' lives for that. So I'm asking us to please choose parent choice. I'm asking us to please agree with the resolution that we will not comply with the mandate if it does in fact go into effect. So that's all I had to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And lastly, Kim Smell. Is Kim here? Okay, she is not here. Madam President, turn it to you.
Okay. May I have a, for the consent calendar?
I'll make the motion.
Second. All those in favor?
One moment. I'd like to pull item 5 from the consent calendar,
Okay,
but I'll move the balance.
okay. So all those in favor of approving?
Okay, just for the proper etiquette, since we have our good trustee wanting to remove the consent calendar, I'll make the motion to comply and accept that.
Thank you.
It's friendly.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So all those in favor of the remaining item?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so it passes 4-0.
I'll make the motion for item number 5, approving of the bill for Heat Brown and Bronzeville.
Second. Any discussion?
No.
No? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Oppose.
Okay, so it passes 3-1. Okay, next we'll move on to number 6.
I make as I'm the maker of this resolution, I'll make the motion to approve it.
I'll second it. Any discussion?
Yes, if I can lead off. So I must be honest and transparent. This came from a Stanislaus deputy, excuse me, not deputy, but the superintendent of education, Stanislaus County. He posted this, and it was not a board resolution, it was his resolution, so that was quite unusual. But I saw it and kind of made some changes, so it's appropriate here, and thus I strongly support the sentiments of the leadership of the Stanislaus County Superintendent.
All right. Thank you for those comments and for your efforts in putting that together for the board. Any other comments? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Oppose.
Okay, so it passes 3-1. All right, number 7.
Do we have the YouTube video link? Okay. Probably should show that first. And then Greg? Yeah.
Dr. Johnson was again unable to be with us because of a personal tragedy, but in advance of the meeting, he put together this YouTube video that will describe all the demographics and legal considerations related to the redistricting. We will have this presentation, then we can have the public hearing, and that will inform the questioning related thereto.
Hello again. Again, my name is Doug Johnson. I'm president of National Demographics Corporation. It's my pleasure to be with you again, even if by this recording. Unfortunately, due to scheduling conflicts, I cannot be there in person, but I do appreciate the opportunity to walk through the various map options before the board today as you consider your redistricting plans for 2021. We have a number of maps that have come in. I will briefly touch on the ones that we discussed before, and then go into a little more detail about the new maps. First of all, I'll start with a reminder of the redistricting rules and goals. As you can see on the left-hand side, we have our federal requirements. We must have equal population in each trustee area. And under state law, that is actually the only criterion listed for school agencies that are redistricting. But under federal law, we have to have equal population. We also have to comply with the Federal Voting Rights Act, and we have to avoid any racial gerrymandering, which means that race can be a factor that's considered, but it may not be the predominant factor in why a map is drawn a certain way or why it is chosen. Those are our requirements. Those are statutory, and we have to comply with those first. Then on the right-hand side, you see what are traditional redistricting principles or goals. These are not requirements, but they are things that the courts have said are acceptable considerations in the redistricting process. The first is the one most often mentioned, communities of interest. Then we have compactness, contiguity, and trying to follow visible, natural, and man-made features. All three of those are really to try to make the trustee areas easy for the residents to understand and for them to figure out which trustee area they're in. Then the courts have said it's acceptable to respect voters' choices and try to preserve continuity in office, simply to give each trustee the opportunity to run again, to leave the re-election decisions up to the voters, rather than the lines dictating who may and may not be re-elected. You can, to a limited degree within the population requirements, offset for planned future growth. You can consider trying to minimize the number of voters who shift from a 2022 election to a 2024 election, so that you minimize the number of voters whose opportunity to vote in a board election is delayed. Some of that is fairly natural and often unavoidable in redistricting, but one acceptable consideration is try to minimize the number of people impacted in that way. And then the final traditional principle or goal is you are allowed to preserve the core of the existing trustee areas within the scope of the other requirements and criteria. This is really so that people who have organized and participated in past board elections and worked together in past board elections can continue to work together in future board elections rather than being divided up amongst different trustee areas. So with those rules and goals in mind, let us take a look at the maps. This first map you can see over here in the legend is option 1. And you can see it's changed the current trustee areas in various ways. The biggest impact in this map is that the Little Saigon communities of Garden Grove, Westminster, Fountain Valley, and Western Santa Ana, and to a degree Stanton, are now united into one trustee area, into Area 2. But we still preserve a Latino majority, Area 1. Gets a little bit of a narrow neck, but it's tying together two very clear communities of interest, the Anaheim community of interest and Santa Ana and Tustin, that are then linked together into Trustee Area 1. Trustee Area 4 gets in North County, and as you may remember, it includes Cypress, which was a point of contention when these maps were first discussed. And then Area 3 is an inland trustee area, largely staying west of I-405 and eventually I-5, which leaves Area 5 as a coastal trustee area. In option 2, we have a similar approach to Area 2. Again, we're uniting Little Saigon, pulling together that community of interest into one trustee area, and ending the division that has run through it for the last 10 years. Again, we get Area 4 in the north, although in this case it comes around more and picks up West Anaheim. Cypress is with Los Alamitos, but in 4, and they're not with Rossmore. Again, that has been discussed. Area 1 is Tustin and Santa Ana again, but this time it gets everything in orange that's west of Highway 55. Then it goes into Anaheim and actually gets a little bit of South Fullerton as it's following I-5 for most of that boundary. Area 3 and Area 5, this is another big change in this map. Both have inland and coastal portions to them. So a big shift between those two trustee areas. But otherwise, the core of Area 2 is the same. And then the last map we looked at last time is option 3. Again, you've got Area 2 uniting the Little Saigon and those communities. Area 1 is almost identical to option 1, as is Area 4, with the north coming around to Cypress. The big difference here is that Area 3 comes across the 405 and down actually to Highway 73 to get more population. Not all the way to the coast, though. And then Area 5 comes in and gets Rancho Santa Margarita and some of the Ladera Ranch and some of the South County communities that are more inland. Then we have a new map, option 4. This came in from Board President Williams. And you can see similar idea, the basic elements, Anaheim with Santa Ana and Tustin. In this case, a piece of Garden Grove is used as a connector rather than a piece of the city of Orange. So we are losing a little bit of that Garden Grove, Little Saigon community, but it's not a large percentage of Garden Grove. The overwhelming majority of the city is still in Area 2. Cypress is in Area 2, as a number of its residents requested, with Los Alamitos and Rossmore. Area 4 is in north, and it comes down and picks up western Orange. Area 3 stays inland, much like in option 1, although there are a few changes down here at the far south end of the county. In response to the comments that came in about the first 3 drafts as well, NDC also drew another map. Here we have option 5. Again, Cypress, Los Alamitos, and Rossmore are together. In this case, though, all of Little Saigon is united, so we got West Santa Ana, Fountain Valley, Westminster, Garden Grove, and Stanton all together in Area 2. We preserve that Latino majority Area 1 using a little, actually the portion of Orange that is west of I-5 is used as the connector there. And you can see 4 in this case picks up western city of Orange. 3 remains inland, and much like in option 3, 3 comes across the 405, comes down to Highway 73. We also found ways to clean up that boundary when we're balancing population. And so we've got Area 5 coming in Rancho Santa Margarita in South County. I'm going to briefly switch over to a different program to show you 3 other options that came in. We did get one resident who submitted 3 of the draft maps from the Board of Supervisors process. But given that these were maps drawn for the goals, purposes, and focus of the Board of Supervisors, and the fact that even the Board of Supervisors didn't choose any of these maps, I'm just going to very briefly touch on them. We have with the Board of Supervisors called Proposal 2, and before you is called Option 6. We have the Board of Supervisors Proposal 4, and before you is Option 7. And then we have Board of Supervisors Proposal 5, which before you is Option 8. This one in particular, you can see, really splits a big chunk of Garden Grove off. And again, in all of these maps, West Santa Ana stays with the central area, in this case, Area 5. All 3 of these maps all follow the Board of Supervisors numbering, which is also play havoc with the election cycles in the Board of Education, which is another reason not to take them too seriously for the Board of Education. But they are available as options if you wish to consider them. But as a reminder, they were presented to the Board of Supervisors, they were drawn for the Board of Supervisors, and for those important factors that play in for the board, and the board did not select any of these maps. So coming back, we get to another map, option 9. This was a resident drawn map. We simply processed it, and you can see this is similar to one of the Board of Supervisors maps. We have a significant portion of Garden Grove split off into Area 1. So we're not uniting all that. Stanton also is not with the rest of the Little Saigon communities. It's not the core of Little Saigon, but it does have a large Asian American population. Cypress is in Area 4, separate from Los Alamitos and Rossmore. And then we have Area 3 pushing all the way up into Yorba Linda, and then staying inland to Highway 73, 5 being the coast, Rancho Santa Margarita. In this case, a 5 is also picking up Mission Viejo. And 2 is coming down because it's lost a lot of the population in the earlier maps. It's coming down and picking up Costa Mesa in Area 2. The final map to present to you tonight, option 10. This one is proposed by MALDEF, the Mexican American Legal Education and Defense Fund. I got that backwards, Defense and Education Fund. Sorry about that, so MALDEF. You can see here, it's somewhat similar, Area 1. It is dividing off the eastern end of Garden Grove. It is keeping western Santa Ana in trustee Area 1. and it does go up into Fullerton as well as into Anaheim. We have what's left of Little Saigon in Area 3. And then Area 2 is this kind of odd shape, getting western Anaheim, Buena Park, coming all the way around, going up around Yorba Linda, because Yorba Linda is now in 5, and then coming back through Placentia and down into western and southern Orange. So very odd-shaped Area 2. Area 5, again, starts in Yorba Linda, goes all the way down to San Clemente. And Area 4 is Laguna Beach, Costa Mesa, Newport Beach, and Irvine and some of the communities around it. Tustin is split almost in half. You can see the line going right through Tustin there. So this is option 10 from MALDEF. I'm going to show you as a final point some summary demographics comparing the different maps. Here you see that I left out the options 6, 7, and 8, the Board of Supervisors maps. Here you can see options 1, 2, 3, and 5 are essentially perfectly balanced. Each district is within, or each trustee area is within 1 person of perfect population balance, which under the Ed Code and federal law is the primary goal of this process. You can see in comparison, option 4 has a deviation from ideal or difference between the largest and smallest trustee areas of 2,349 people, which is 0.37%. Option 9, the resident drawn map, has a difference between the largest and smallest of almost 14,000 people, about 2.18%. And the MALDEF proposal has the biggest deviation. It has a difference of just short of 60,000 people between the largest and smallest. It's right there at 9.22%, right on the edge of the 10% legal maximum allowed. In terms of percentages, looking at the Latino percentage of citizens of voting age in District 1, you can see options 1, 2, 3, and 5 all have 51%. 4 and 9 are essentially identical given the margin of errors in these data at 52%. And the MALDEF proposal does get District 1 up to 56%, primarily by using deviation, underpopulating and overpopulating certain districts, and then by dividing up Tustin and Garden Grove. In terms of Asian Americans in District 2, or Trustee Area 2, where we're talking about bringing together Little Saigon, you can see most of the maps are really close together. Options 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 10 are all 31%. The lowest is the MALDEF because it's cutting off that piece of Garden Grove, up to 33 and 34% in options 1 through 5. And then, of course, option 9, because it splits right through Garden Grove and puts Costa Mesa in and takes Stanton out, Trustee Area 2 or District 2 is only 25% Asian American. Actually, in option 9, it's not even the highest Asian American seat. A neighboring trustee area is at 26%. So again, you have here your summary numbers. All the maps have a Latino majority seat. All the maps except option 9 have a seat where Asian Americans are essentially 1/3 of the citizens of voting age or eligible voters. Maps 1, 2, 3, and 5 are essentially perfectly balanced, down to no more than 1 person deviation in any trustee area, while 4 and 5 are anywhere from 0.37 to 2.18, and then option 10 maxes out that deviation at nearly 59,000 people between the largest and smallest, and 9.22% deviation. So that concludes my presentation, my walk through the maps. I hope you have a good discussion. I hope this is useful.
That's how he ends most of his presentations. So unless there's any questions, we could move right into the public hearing.
Greg, can you just publicly let the board and the staff know that Mr. Doug Johnson's father passed away less than a week ago, and that's why he could not be here tonight.
Dr. Johnson informed me in the last couple of days that his father passed on Thanksgiving. so he was unable to attend this evening and may be unable to attend future things due to memorial services and the like. And he sends his apologies, and we've already offered our condolences to him.
Very good.
Okay.
Public hearing.
On that note, good evening. This agenda item, which item are we, number 6, 7? 8.
8.
I'm sorry. Agenda item number 8 is a public hearing concerning the adjustments to the trustee area boundaries of the Orange County Board of Education. The Education Code requires that following each decennial federal census, the Board of Education trustee area boundaries shall be adjusted so that the trustee area shall be as nearly equal in population as may be. The final census population data validated by the Demographic Research Unit of the Department of Finance became available for these purposes at the end of September 2021. This represented a 6-month delay because of the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic on the operations of the United States Census Bureau. The deadline for the adjustment process to be completed is December 15, 2021. On November 3rd, and again today, the board heard from its retained consultant, Dr. Douglas Johnson of National Demographics Corporation, who, as you can see, has performed an analysis of the current Board of Education trustee areas for compliance with the Equal Population Standard, determine whether adjustments are required, and develop sample maps to meet the Nearly Equal Population Standard. On November 3rd, and again today, after Dr. Johnson's presentation, the board may ask questions, clarifying any concerns they may have. After clarifying questions, the board president will open a public hearing to hear from our community about the proposed options for the boundary areas adjustments to the Board of Education trustee areas. After the close of public hearing, the members of the board will have an opportunity to comment on the proposed options for boundary adjustments. On November 3rd, we considered 3 separate maps. We heard public comment, we digested the public comment, and created a new map responsive to the public comment. We also set a deadline of November 12 to members of the public to submit maps, and we received 5 other maps. So after this hearing, we will have another public hearing on this matter scheduled for December 8, 2021. After that hearing, the board will adopt adjustments to the trustee boundary areas to balance population as required by law. The board will then request that the Orange County Committee on School District Reorganization approve the new trustee area boundaries as complying with the equal population criteria on December 10, 2021. And with that, would you like me to open the public hearing, Madam President, or would you like to?
Absolutely, thank you.
I will gavel it in with my pen. Public hearing is hereby open. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, we do. We have, looks like about 10 speakers here. Our first speaker will be speaker 15, Andrea Schmidt. Is she still here? Come on up, Andrea. And then after Andrea, the next speaker on deck will be Lindsay Woldridge. So if you want to come up, Lindsay, and stand behind the podium here. You got 3 minutes.
I think
Lindsay did leave.
Lindsay left, she said, I think.
Oh, Lindsay left. Okay. Well, then after that information, Libby Frohlichman will be on deck.
Hi, good evening. My name is Andrea Schmidt. I am a resident of Costa Mesa. I am here tonight to speak in support of MAP Option 9. MAP Option 9 is, in our opinion, by far the most fair of the proposals and the most cohesive by making sure all of the geographical areas of the county are represented, including central, north, west, east, and south. It does keep communities of interest intact and create a federal voting rights mandated district for the growing Latino population in the central part of the county centered in Santa Ana. MAP Option 9 also keeps the Little Saigon community whole by including all of the community, including the growing Vietnamese area of West Santa Ana. Out of all of the MAP options, MAP Option 9 also has one of the fewest amount of city splits of all of the proposals, with only 7 cities split. And the cities that are split are done so through major streets or freeways with no neighborhoods divided. And it does have a low deviation as well, with just over 2% deviation, allowing for all districts to have equitable representation. Map option 9 also follows the spirit of drawing a fair map by sticking to city boundaries, main streets, freeways, and natural dividing lines, such as the Santa Ana River. I also wanted to just share that shortly before this meeting, the deeply rooted community group Santa Ana LULAC Council 147 also did submit a letter of support as well. So I do urge you to please approve a fair Board of Education map, and that's option 9. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Andrea. Next up is Libby.
Hello, my name is Libby Frolickman. I live in Fountain Valley, and I wanted to start by thanking you for responding to comments from last month and opening up the redistricting process to allow submissions from the public and additional time to evaluate the maps. After careful consideration of the proposed maps, I urge you to adopt Map 9. Map 9 is the only map proposed that took advantage of the time made available last month and was submitted by the public with community input. It also keeps communities of interest together in accordance with the voting rights laws, including both the largely Hispanic residents in District 1 and the significant Asian populations in Districts 2 and 3. Keeping all of Little Saigon in District 2 is crucial to availing that community of its voice in elections. It is important that the Asian community in District 3 is not clustered in the same district with Little Saigon, since it is a distinct community with heritage from a different part of Asia and must have its own voice. Map 9 uses logical boundaries from the districts, including city borders, freeways, and the Santa Ana River, making it easier for residents to understand which districts they live in. It is a fair map that is not gerrymandered. And overall, I think this is the best map submitted, and I respectfully request that you adopt Map 9. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, after Libby is Natalie Thack, and then Debbie Salahi of Capistrano. You're on deck.
Hello, my name is Natalie Tat, and I am a resident from Anaheim. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. I am here today to speak in support of map option 9 because it is by far the fairest and most cohesive of all the proposals by making sure all of the geographic areas of the community are well represented. Option 9 keeps the Little Saigon community whole by including all of the community, including the growing Vietnamese population of the West Santa Ana area. Option 9 is not gerrymandered. It is a fair map that sticks to the city boundaries, main streets, freeways, and natural dividing lines such as the Santa Ana River. Please approve of a fair Board of Education map for Orange County by approving of option 9. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Debbie is up, and after that will be Rona Henry.
Should I speak into this one? Hi, my name is Debbie Salahi, and I've lived in Orange County for over 50 years. I'm currently a resident of Laguna Niguel, which is in the Capistrano Unified School District. I was a teacher in the Anaheim Elementary School District for just under 20 years until I retired. And I'm here this evening to ask for your support of map option 9. Option 9 by far is the fairest of the proposals because it's sticking to city boundaries, main streets, and freeways. Option 9 keeps the Little Saigon community together. It makes sure that the central, northern, western, eastern, and southern parts of the county all have representation. Please approve a fair Board of Education map for Orange County by approving option 9. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rona Henry, and I live in Laguna Woods. And while I live in a retirement community, I have friends from my church with kids who are attending the public schools here in Orange County. My parents were both teachers, and I really believe that it's very important that our public schools have good representation. I believe that option 9 is the most fair option. I like how it's very cohesive with the geography. It has good representation from all of the parts of the county. I particularly like that this Little Saigon community is kept whole, and the increasing growing area, the Vietnamese areas west of Santa Ana is included in that. It's not gerrymandered, and I think it's really fair in terms of sticking to city boundaries and main streets and natural dividing lines. So I would like to ask you to please firmly consider option 9, because I think it's the most fair. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have on deck here Mr. Billy Joe Wright, and then we have Lori Kaler, and lastly Linda Cohn. So Mr. Wright, you're up, sir.
Good evening. My name is Billy Joe Wright. I'm a resident of Anaheim, and I'm a government and economics teacher. I'm here tonight to remind you that education is not a one-size-fits-all. Corporate programs don't work. Corporate maps don't work. When the community is involved in creating programs for schools, it actually touches the students and impacts the community. That is why when you create maps, you really must include the community. I appreciate, last time I was here, you were open to extending the program and asking questions and creating an opportunity for the community to have input. That being said, I'm here tonight to support option 9. Based on the recap that I heard, and I do want to send my condolences to Dr. Johnson and his family. Having lost my father, I know what it's like to lose a parent when you're an adult. Having heard his recap, I believe the question that you have to ask yourselves is, why is there a deviation of up to 10% allowed? Why in some instances is it not, and why is it here allowed? And that is where you really get into the community. You've heard some of the statements already tonight to talk about that every ethnicity is not the same. Whether you're from one part of Asia or from one part of South America, you could be Venezuelan or you could be Mexican. And so you have to take those into account. In creating option 9, I believe that that was taken into account. Option 9, I believe, is by far the most fair proposal of all. I do believe that it keeps Little Saigon whole and takes into the community's interests into mind. It's important that the city's boundaries are clear and distinct, and I can tell you that there is, as much as people say it's not just about using a freeway so that people can tell where they vote. Unfortunately, systems have used boundary lines like freeways to divide people. So it's important exactly what's being divided and whether or not there are community interests or needs in that community for them to be whole. I do believe that option 9 took that all into consideration. Again, I don't need to repeat everything you heard about option 9, but I do want you to take into account that any time that you can make a decision that supports the community, and I heard it all tonight, virtues, ethics, using reasoning, it takes a higher level of thought to not go with their first idea, but to actually examine the information and go with the right decision. I believe the right decision is option 9. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Hello, mine will be short and sweet, a little different. I would like to support option 4. Thank you.
Redistricting is not my wheelhouse, but I also want to support option 4. I have a bit of a different agenda. It seems to me like some of these maps have been deliberately drawn and designed to somewhat change or even dramatically change the composition of this board. All of you, every single one has been duly elected to this position, even Trustee Shaw. My concern is that I think we want to preserve what was duly elected by the voters. And the reason is I think from the people I talk to, our voters in this county genuinely value what this board has done, a majority of this board, in protecting and in approving well-vetted charter schools. And I think you heard a beautiful example of how charter schools can truly bring innovation to education that is desperately needed. I think another thing for me personally, and I know for so many in my community, these forums that you've been holding, and I've been to every single one of them, been a part of the planning for every single one of them, every single one of these forums open to the community on these critical issues, the last one, of course, being critical race theory and ethnic studies, have been invaluable to me as a researcher, as a former educator, in trying to help out my own community. I think this board has steadfastly listened to parents and allowed parents to speak more than any other entity in the county. To see this board be dramatically changed, I think would change our ability to have access to things like forums, to have access to expanded charter schools, to have access to just the right to speak. So I urge you, choose an option that will preserve the nature and the makeup of this board. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And that is the last public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. It's the will of the board where we go from here. As you can see from Dr. Johnson's presentation, that it was driven by the Voting Rights Act and the traditional redistricting principles. He used a lot of that terminology in the presentation. We have also had significant public comment in support of maps number 5, map number 4, and map number 9. I respectfully submit to the board that we should discuss each map or each group of maps separately and then make a determination which map, if any, we bring forward to the December 8th meeting for consideration.
Do we start at map 1?
If you would like me to drive that discussion, I'm happy to do that.
Okay.
We don't have the demographics up there right now. I have some notes at my disposal. Maps number 1, 2, and 3 were brought forth. Let's discuss 1, 2, and 3 separate together, shall we? Maps number 1, 2, and 3 were brought forward at the last meeting, and there was some public dismay about the maps not based on their demographics, but based on the fact that Cypress was separated from other communities that they wish they were together with. So we redrew. So those maps are up for your consideration and discussion now based on the demographics, the zero population deviations, and the absence of Cypress. So if you would like to drive the discussion going to your right and left as you generally do.
Sure. For the record, we had approximately 50 emails on the issue of Cypress not being within a community of interest in District 2. So based upon that, I think the other goal, but let me digress. So we have that issue of Cypress not being in District 2. Same thing with map 9. Cypress is not in District 2 and map 9. It is in all of the other ones, but there's a lot of renumbering. Another issue that we want, of course, is the community of interest. We want, as the traditional redistricting principles are, we want to preserve the existing election areas. We want to plan for future growth. We want to respect the voter's choice and the continuity of office. So my thought was on options 1, 2, and 3, although I think Doug did them purposely to create a north and a south, an east and west and a central district. I think I like that concept. He kept all of the districts, the numbering the same. And the numbering, for the record, has significance in that in some of these maps, it prohibits the current trustees from running for re-election. So that's an issue with some of these maps. But for options 1, 2, and 3, the biggest one that I see is that Cypress is not included in District 2.
I would just add, in terms of what I see in my district area, for those 3 maps, in terms of community of interest, I'm basically cut out of about 35% of my current district with option 1, cutting out Lake Forest, Rancho Santa Margarita, Mission Viejo, Laguna Hills, Coto de Caza, that whole area. So I just, lose 35% in option 1. Option 2, it's not the same at all, Again, losing, it just doesn't even make sense to me. In option 3, I lose about 15% of the area around Lake Forest, Trabuco Canyon, Mission Viejo, Laguna Woods, but I do pick up in option 3 about 8%, so not as much, of Costa Mesa, looks like. I mean, I'm guessing maybe 5% there. So I'm experiencing the similar thing in terms of my communities of interest not being represented in those 3 maps.
Yeah, we're not gonna have any map that's perfect, that's for sure.
No, I know that, but I'm just,
I-
for the public.
Sure.
So I guess we know where you stand.
I mean, I
Trustee
don't know.
Gomez, do you have any thoughts about maps number 1, 2, or 3?
Well, 1, 2, and 3, I don't like any of them. So that's easy for me. I don't like the way they're drawn. I do like the data. I'm a little, well, I won't say a little disappointed. I'm very disappointed that we don't have the same data for each of the maps so that we could actually look at them. We're looking at drawings in some of the later maps without the same kind of data that we got for options 1, 2, and 3. And, I objected the last time around when we first talked about these maps that our names were put in the maps because I think that biases the maps and the way people look at them. And I see that in option 2, we're still listed on there. And, as much as we've all been duly elected, I think we need to do what's right for the county as opposed to preserving our right to run for reelection. So I don't like maps 1, 2, or 3.
Can I ask a question?
Certainly.
Really? Now, voter registration, is it possible to have a larger voter turnout than voter registration in terms of percentage?
It's absolutely possible, but it's not part of the considerations of these maps.
I know, but I noticed that was occurring here, so I just wanted to throw that out there.
What are you looking at, Lisa?
On the back of option 1 and also option 9, if you look under voter registration, if you look just under, for example, the percentage of the white estimate, it's 59% for voter registration for November 2020. And for voter turnout for November 2020, it's 61%. So there's a higher percentage, and I thought that was kind of odd. Just wanted to point that out.
And I wanted to respond to Trustee Gomez regarding the data. Every time we had data, we provided it. Some of the maps were provided without the underlying data. So that's the only reason they were omitted.
Well, I'm gonna differ on that because we just went through this with Tustin, and our citizens provided maps, and we used the same firm, and they were able to do the data the way that you see it presented on options 1, 2, and 3. So I'm a little bit disturbed by the fact that we're not able to compare the same kind of data for each of these maps. So I really have a difficult time looking at these maps when we don't have all the data that we need. Because I look at the data, you can see I've highlighted the lines of data that I want to take a look at. And I don't have that on some of the other maps. So I think it's a little bit difficult for us to make that decision about which maps we want to move forward without all the data.
One would agree. So it seems to be the will of the board that maps 1, 2, and 3 will not be brought forward for consideration on December 8th.
Well, I think that's what I'm hearing, but I'd like to
agree.
discuss the other maps maybe before we.
No, we're going to 4 next.
Oh, okay. But do we have to decide right now, or can we discuss all the maps?
We can decide, we can reach a consensus about which maps we want to bring forward. There's no decision
okay.
being made or no approval process until the 8th.
Okay, got it.
This is just discussion at a public hearing.
So do you want us to just informally decide that we're not going to push forward 1, 2, and 3? Is that?
I'm okay
Seems
with
to be
that.
the will of the
Okay.
board.
I'm okay with
Okay,
that.
all right. So we
Okay,
get,
Lisa? Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay, so there's, just for the record, consensus here on all 4 of us agreeing maps 1, 2, and 3 will not be brought forward to next week.
I don't see any.
Okay.
Moving on to map number 4, we had 2 members come forth in public comment in support of map number 4.
Yeah, so I made map number 4 out of the overwhelming response from the community, over 50 emails that we received wanting Cypress in District Number 2. So the intent of this was to bring Cypress in number 2 and also to preserve another interested community, and that's the arm of Tustin, which is around the Tustin Community Golf Course and is within the Irvine and within the unincorporated parts of the county there. So it builds upon the concepts of the contiguous nature of these maps. It has no effect on any of the district numbers, so that means the current incumbent can run at the next election. When you change the district numbers, for instance, in some of these maps, like District 3 goes to another existing district. So, but my term is completed in 2024, but my residence would be in another term. So map number 4 preserves the existing election areas and the right of the current trustee to run for re-election. In regards to the comment about the demographic comparison that Doug gave us here, in option with the Latino community has 52%, and with the Asian community has 33%, the same as 1, 2, 3. Certainly the Asian community is not, it doesn't go to 25% like it does in map 9 or 31% of map 10. So it maintains the Asian community and recognizes that Eastern Garden Grove, which, by the way, the eventual adoption by the Orange County Supervisors was map 5A1, and they did a very similar type of mapping of Eastern Garden Grove into District 1, and that was promoted by an organization called the People Redistricting Alliance, the ACLU of Southern California, the California Healthy Nail Salon, Coalition for Human Immigrant Rights, Council on American Islamic Relations, Latino Health Access, Orange County Asian Pacific Islander Community Alliance, the Orange County Development, Orange County Environmental Justice, Orange County Voter Information Project, and Pacific Islander Health Partnership, and Resilience of Orange County and South Asian Network and Viet Rise. So map 4 preserves a high percentage of Asians population in District 2 there. Regarding the balance, it's only off by 2,300. I don't think that's significant. It's only 0.37%. It meets all of the federal laws and the Voting Rights Act. So that's my thoughts and reasoning behind map 4.
So how do you really feel? Trustee Sparks.
Okay, I have a question and a comment. So on this area of, is this part of Huntington Beach or is this just Costa Mesa? I can't tell because I don't have the number. Let me make my comment and then I'll ask the question. My comment is, like in the other, now I'm eyeballing it because I don't have the numbers that I would also like to see that Becky referred to on the back of this sheet. But it looks like I'm losing in this Lake Forest, Rancho Margarita, Mission Viejo, Laguna Hills, and that whole area that I currently have by about 15 to 20%. I'm eyeballing it here. But then I'm gaining, it looks like, parts of Costa Mesa, and it looks like parts of Huntington Beach. So maybe that's a swap a little bit. I can't tell.
So no map is going to be perfect. No
Yeah.
map is going to be the same.
No, I know. I'm just pointing out.
Yeah. In fact, if that's what we like, I may offer option 4A for the next meeting. I'll think that over with the comments I'm receiving from the public today. But you know, there's a swap. No,
yeah, I know.
no
I understand.
district's going to be
I just
perfect.
can't tell. Like I feel, looking at it, looks like I'm losing a lot over here. But maybe I'm gaining as much over here, and it's fine because I still represent a lot of folks in that area, so that's fine. But since we're having public comment, I want to give my public comment.
Trustee Gomez. Map number 4.
This looks a little gerrymandered to me. However, if the public has expressed an interest in this map, and if Trustee Williams is willing to make some adjustments based on what we heard tonight, I'll support the map just to go forward for the discussion. I don't like the map, but I will respect what we're trying to accomplish here.
Trustee Barkey?
Yeah, I just want to be clear on what the changes are based on the comment tonight, how, what you're looking for and for to change.
Yeah, that would be something we'd have to make very clear, because we'd have to be able to we'd have to be able to create that map extremely quickly.
Right.
To give the public an opportunity to comment before December 8th.
Because it's going to be posted Friday?
Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah, Friday. So,
But I also don't have a problem with bringing it forward because we're not making a decision tonight, so pushing it forward is fine. I was just looking to better understand what changes you're looking for, the public is, so I'm still new at this and trying to understand all of it.
So it seems to be the will of the board that map number 4 will be brought forward on December 8th for further consideration.
I'm open to that.
I'm okay with that.
Minor adjustments.
And if you make adjustments, why don't we just label that as 4A so that we know what those
exactly,
are?
exactly.
That should probably be discussed right now then, to see what adjustments the board is desiring, so we can give the demographer clear direction if he can even accomplish that.
I think for me, it would just be, I know there's no perfect map, and I get that. And I know I'm new at this too. I don't really 100% know, but I can see things. And if there just could be a little bit of a balance in terms of cuts and additions in each of the districts that aren't too dramatic.
Be more specific.
Well, for example, this space here, cutting out 15 to 20% of what I currently have in District 5, which are the cities of Lake Forest, Rancho, Mission Viejo, Laguna Hills, those are gone. They're going to your, in this map, they're going to your district. So I don't get those. But it looks like I gain about 5 to 8% of Costa Mesa and part of Huntington Beach. But it's not the same percentage that I'm losing more than I'm gaining.
Well, what I would suggest,
But that has
Mr.
to do with population density, though. It's
Right.
not just space.
That's
on
why
a-
I'm saying I don't fully understand, but I'm just eyeballing it. So if I had the numbers, I could see it a little bit better.
Yeah.
Yeah, so map 4 was meant to be built upon the concept of maps 1, 2, and 3, the
Uh-huh.
north and the south, and
And I
the
appreciate
east and the
that.
west, and the central district.
Yeah.
So so I'm hearing from
Yeah,
you, you want to have more south
Well,
in your district, so it means that you move the
I just wanna make-
boundaries a little bit.
I just want to make sure I'm representing the people that I'm representing.
Okay, what I would suggest then is that the
Like
demographer
Cypress
take a
Creek.
look at the transcript of this evening's meeting, see if he can accomplish a map that meets all the criteria that satisfies your,
I mean, I don't have to have everything I'm asking for. I'm just saying I want it to be considered.
okay, absolutely. Trustee Gomez, do you have anything to add to that?
No,
We're gonna-
I don't like the map, but for purposes of discussion, I'll go along with that.
Appreciate that.
And I guess at this point, I would just make a comment, just for all those listening. I don't think they're here, but we did receive tens of letters. Ken said 50. I'm not sure if it wasn't even more than 50 that people wanted to keep Cypress in District 2. And I just appreciate the response from the public, that they want to stay together and they express that.
And I got a lot of responses about keeping the coastal cities together as well.
That was especially heard if you looked at the Board of Supervisors and watched their process.
Yes.
That was very political. The Katrina Foley effect was very visualized there. I thought that was wrong. Yeah, we'll bring a new map. We'll ask Doug to take a look at that, listen to what we said, listen to what you validated, Lisa. You're looking to have more of the South County in your district. That may mean that you change the borders a little bit north or a little bit east, but
I mean,
I'll bring something different.
If I could just see the numbers, then I know more about what I'm talking
Absolutely.
about,
Absolutely,
because it's sort of a feeling and an eyeballing at this point, yeah.
sure.
Brings us to map number 5, which is again created from maps 1, 2, and 3 in response to the public comment about Cypress, similar to map number 4.
While I'm talking, on option 5, this one seems to me, in terms of what I just expressed, to have a little bit more of a balance, where it's cutting out about 10 to 12% in terms of Lake Forest, Laguna Woods, Mission Viejo, but it's gaining more of Huntington Beach. So it seems a little more balanced. Again, I'm just looking at my district, I'm not looking at the whole
So you like option 5?
whole thing. Well, it seems more balanced to me in my area,
Okay.
but, you know,
Okay.
again, I know we have to do it sort of countywide, so I get that.
Perfect.
I'm fine with option 5. Yeah, I can go on.
I'm
Trustee
also
Go-
fine with option 5.
Okay. So we have 3. I don't mean to interrupt you, Trustee Gomez. How do you feel about that?
Well, I'm just looking at the numbers, the citizen voting age, and the difference between 4 and 5, the total difference is exactly the same. They're just, you know, slightly different within each district, but, yeah, I don't like map 5. I didn't see really any public support for map 5, so I would say no on map 5.
I thought map 5 was what the demographer did based on the public comment received about Cypress. Is
That's
that my
correct.
understanding?
That's correct.
To see in map 4 and 5, Becky's districts look very, very similar. There's not a lot of variability.
Just the top tail of Tustin, but Tustin Unified includes a chunk of North Tustin, which is not included in either map. But I think that maps 4 and 5 take into account the Cypress issue, if you look at those two. Yeah, if you looking at the continuity of Area 1, that's where it looks strange. Where it's just got that little neck between Santa Ana and it looks like Anaheim.
For option 5 or map 5?
Between option 4 and 5, they're pretty similar, with the exception of the north end of Tustin. So we're splitting Tustin. Option 4 splits Tustin, option 5 includes Tustin. The city of Tustin, not the school district.
So are you for option map 5 going on to next week to be considered?
I'll consider it.
Is that yes or no?
So we have.
I'll consider it.
Okay, so
it's yes.
we've decided,
I don't like it, but I'll consider it.
Right.
so we've decided unanimously, if I'm following this conversation so far, to push forward 4, which may become 4A, and 5.
Did you envision 4 becoming 4A or 4 there being a new map of 4A?
So we'll have map, what I envisioned, if there is a consensus of the board, is to create another map, a little alteration of 4, and we'll call that 4A. So we have map 4 and 4A to consider.
Okay. With the considerations that Trustee Sparks articulated.
Well, is 5 really 4A?
No. Not in my opinion. Because you can make little tweaks to 4, not big tweaks. Because 5 is.
I don't know what Doug is going to do as far as
Oh,
the
yeah,
tweaks.
okay.
I don't either.
Yeah.
That's
Because
that-
he'll look at the numbers and stuff too.
He looks at all the
Yeah,
data,
yeah.
yeah. I have no idea what he's going to do.
Will he be able to turn it around in 2 days?
I don't know. I'm going to try to find out tonight.
Yeah.
Well, he's got another associate that might be able to do it.
Right, there's a gentleman named
Justin.
Lucas, Justin,
Justin.
something like that.
It's Justin. Hopefully that, I mean, Doug, I'm sure, is probably kind of a little out of commission.
Very.
10-4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With the indulgence of the board, I want to treat maps 6, 7, and 8 the same way Dr. Johnson treated them. My understanding is they were submitted by a community member, and they were the same maps that were submitted in the Board of Supervisors process. We didn't have a lot of data related thereto, and the Board of Supervisors rejected the map. And I think he articulated some other renumbering issues regarding 6, 7, and 8.
Can I put on the record some of my thoughts?
Absolutely.
On
That's
6,
what the
7,
record's
8?
for.
Okay, so map number 6, the individual who submitted was Mr. Tom Berry from an organization called Mappings and GIS. Basically, map number 6 is a Board of Supervisor map number 2, which was not approved. It renumbers old districts except 3 and 4. The new boundaries are drawn up in split cities and school districts. Again, this map also removes the coastal cities from District 5, which was very strongly heard at the Board of Supervisors, that the community doesn't want District number 5 to lose the coastal communities. Unfortunately, with map 6, it does. The effect upon District number 2, it removes Trustee Barkey as an incumbent, and therefore she cannot run in June of 2022. She's effectively turned out. But you can run based upon your residence in June of 24, but you cannot use the title as a member of the Orange County Board of Education. Also in map number 6, this affects me personally in my district because under this map, the district now becomes number 5. We have 2 districts that are up for re-election in June. That is District number 2 and 5. Districts number 1, 4, so 1, 3, and 4 are up in presidential years. So this changes the ability of the trustees to run and the ability of the individuals, constituents to elect their trustee. Let's see what it does to District number 4. Changes the basic boundary, it renumbers it to number 3. Again, we're going to be making a provisional appointment for this district coming up. That individual would have to run, of course, in June of 2022, as well as the primary in 2024. And in number 5, as I mentioned, District 5, it removes you from District 5 and puts you in a new district, number 2. You can run in the June 22 election, and you can use a member of OCDE, but you will not be the incumbent. So that's my comments for the record on map number 6.
Wow. Trustee Sparks, any comments on maps 6, 7, and 8?
Well, I don't like any of them.
Okay.
Can I just make a quick comment so we save some time? If we're not even considering pushing for 6, 7, and 8, do we have to talk about them? Does anybody want to talk about 6, 7, 8? I don't want to,
It's important that we make our record, but.
Okay.
I think it's important for the record.
I will say that I won't support those 3 maps.
Okay, so I don't think anybody wants to support 6, 7, and 8, so can we move on?
It depends. If
Okay.
Dr. Williams wants to make a record
object.
about map
I
7,
Okay.
7 and 8.
Go for
then
it.
Then it's going to be part of the public record. It's perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, I spent several hours
I can tell.
studying.
You only did your
these
homework,
maps.
yeah.
I did my homework.
Let him get his notes in the record then.
Okay.
Okay, moving on to map number 7, or option number 7. Let me get that. So again, this was submitted by Tom Berry, the email that came in that he asked us to put it into the record was just an email with a URL link to the 3 various Board of Supervisor maps. This is actually Board of Supervisor map number 4. This was, again, for the record, not adopted by the Board of Supervisors. This map does not renumber districts 3, 4, and 5, but it renumbers districts 2 and 1. So it reverses Becky and Mary's district, and as such, it effectively terms you out in June of 2024. In Barkey, she cannot run in June of 2022, so you are effectively termed out because those 2 districts were changed. District 3, 4, and 5 really has no impact. So that's my review and remarks on map number 7 for the record.
Please share about 8 now.
Oh.
We're on the edge of our seat.
Okay. Map number 8, again, Mr. Tom Berry submitted this from the organization Mappings in GIS. This is actually the Board of Supervisor number 5 map. It does renumber districts 1, 2, and 5. New boundary areas are drawn up. Also, it moves many of the southern county cities out of the coastal district number 5. In fact, now District 5 is the central district for Becky. So basically, everybody is renumbered in this. Boundaries are changed. Again, just like in, Becky, you'll love this.
Oh, I'm sure I will.
Yeah.
She can't wait.
You're I believe your residence actually puts you outside of the district.
On which map?
On
Eight.
map 8. I looked at your residence, and I think you're actually in.
No, it
district- Where are you on that? Are you in 5?
Well, I can't see one particular street, but
It's pretty close to your residence.
yeah.
Okay. Well, anyway, it continues and it impacts other trustees. It removes Trustee Barkey from running in the June 22 election. Basically and effectively, she is termed out. You may run, though, in District 4 in the primary of 2022. You can use your designation as member of the OCBE, but because it's number 4, you have to run again 2 years later because it's a provisional appointment. As far as District 3, really it changes the boundaries to include a coastal southern map, which is, I don't think, what we want to or intend to do. And as far as District number 5, Lisa, you are now in District number 2. And you can run.
I know some people in Tustin.
Yeah, it dramatically changes historically the communities of interest. So that's my thoughts on map or option number 8.
Thank you.
So I believe we can move on. We heard some support for map number 9 this evening. What, if any, thoughts does the board have concerning map number 9?
Okay, I'll talk first. My only concern with option 9 is, again, similar to my other earlier concerns. I lose, in the inland part, I lose about 5 to 8% of my area, my current area, Laguna Woods and Lake Forest. And I also lose Costa Mesa representation. It looks like maybe 3 to 5%, I can't tell exactly, but, and I'm not gaining anything. So again, I don't know, because my understanding there's a lot of additional growth, or there's some additional growth in the Mission Viejo area. So maybe that's why, I don't know. But that part of it I don't really love.
There doesn't seem to be any disagreement about the demographics related to this map, that there's a 2.18% deviation, about 14,000 voters. And the I guess it's the Asian American demographic is only 28.6%. So that's something.
Are
that
we
the
in map
board
9?
We are on map 9.
Yeah, it's 25%. That's what Doug gave us.
Okay.
So it's actually lower than that. When you're ready, I can go ahead and give you my thoughts on map 9.
Certainly.
Wait a minute. Doug gave you some information that we don't have?
Was
no,
25
you
on
have
the
it.
presentation?
You have it, the
No, yeah,
presentation.
it's right, he's taking it off here.
I got it wrong.
Yeah,
I got
he's
it wrong.
just-
Oh, off of
he's just-
that
he's just-
presentation?
yeah, it's
Okay,
just
but
for-
that
yeah.
wasn't in our agenda pack.
No, oh, it was, yeah, I took
That's
this
in
out of
this-
the,
It's in
red
this
folder,
folder. It's in
sorry.
this.
Yes, red folder.
Okay, but I know, but what I'm saying is that the public hasn't seen this part, right? Because all we got.
They saw it tonight.
It's the same,
presentation.
it's the
I
same
know.
one that was posted and in the presentation.
I know, but my point is that the public needs to have time to absorb information as well. And so if the public just saw it tonight,
Information
It's
that
not
was sent today was not posted.
But
Yeah.
it's the same information that was posted, same maps.
no.
Not the data. We didn't have the data.
Well, we do have
did
the
we?
next
Yeah.
public hearing a week from today,
Okay,
so we're going to get that.
so we have the data now in this packet, so that we need to get this posted.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're going to work very hard on that, the executive committee, along with Daru and
So
Nina.
is that video posted tonight? Is it posted?
The video, I mean, they can watch it
Was
live.
live. That was
Yeah.
the first time.
Oh, but it'll be
Everybody
posted.
saw
Yeah,
it.
we received these late last night.
Oh.
I got them over to you at 5 in the morning or something, right? But the point is that Trustee Gomez is trying to make that it probably should end up on the redistricting web page. Is that what she's saying? The
I'm
additional
here,
data?
so yes, that's what I said.
I'm looking to her to interpret for me.
I know, well, that's what I'm saying, I'm in the room. So yes, I think that the data that we got today, this needs to go on the redistricting website.
Okay.
Agree.
I clearly think in the future, we may need popcorn for these meetings.
Yep,
This is how democracy works.
It's messy.
Yeah.
yep, in Mendocino Farms.
Oh, now you want good snacks?
Trustee Sparks, any further thoughts on number 9?
No, I think that's kind of what I can eyeball for the moment.
Trustee Williams.
Okay, get some popcorn, sit back, relax.
No, no kidding.
This map contains all of the correct numbering of the district with new boundaries. It also does include non-essential partisan data that was prescribed on the back, showing the voter partisan registration for the different districts, but that's not a part of our discussion today.
That's correct.
So, as far as the big part of this, Cypress is not in District Number 2. It's actually in District Number 4. The other big part of my criticism for this map is that the Asian community in District 2 is low. It's 25%. And it does, if I can get to that, it does change the district for, bear with me here. It changes my district, so I won't be able to run. I'm effectively turned out in 2024, and I will be unable to run until 2026. So that negatively impacts my particular district, as I'm not in District 3, I would actually be in District 5. So that would be my objection to that. In District 4, we talked about Cypress being in District 4, not in District 2. And with Lisa, it doesn't impact her at all.
Well, it impacts me a little bit. But I know what you're saying.
And just for the record, we did make copies of the document, so I just asked Renee to hand those to the people that were here.
Perfect, thank you very much.
Yes, map number 9, I'm in your district, so I'm going to run against you in a few years.
Well, I have an address in your district, so we have to just flip.
Okay. Just a little humor.
I know.
Trustee Barkey, any thoughts on map number 9?
No, the only thing I would say is that it didn't take into consideration the communities of interest with Cypress, that we heard a lot of public comment. So that's all I would comment on.
Trustee Gomez, since you're in the room.
Since I'm in the room. Well, I think that we should advance option number 9, since that's what we heard from the public.
Okay, so let me poll the board. I believe we have Trustee Sparks with some concerns, but I don't have a committal vote. We have Trustee Williams against moving map 9 forward. We have Trustee Barkey against moving map number 9 forward based on the Cypress issue. We have Trustee Gomez for moving map number 9 forward. So Trustee Sparks, where are you on this?
Well, I just don't like that I'm losing, my communities of interest in Lake Forest, Laguna Woods, but I'm also losing Costa Mesa. I'm not gaining anything. So it still cuts for me. So if, on balance, I'm tipping in that direction.
Right, well, I can't address any voter registration. I just don't know.
Right.
But since it seems to be there's a split, or since there's a split, why don't we just move it forward and consider it at the next meeting?
I would support that.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Hold on here. So let's rethink this. So we're going to advance a map that the whole premise from the last month's meeting, a map that doesn't have Cypress in it, you want to advance that?
I didn't say I liked the map or I wanted it. I just said I would be agreeable to advance it.
Yeah.
I mean, is that a committing,
That's not a vote for or against any map. We're
not
simply,
voting until
exactly,
later.
we're simply deciding, we're narrowing the choices for the next public hearing.
Well, then we should probably consider map 1, 2, and 3 because it's the same thing. Cypress is not in District 2. So my rationale is that it shouldn't be advanced at all based upon the criteria that we've already established. I'm just a little bit hardcore and have strong feelings about this.
Well, I agreed to advance a couple maps that I didn't like either. I mean, for purposes of discussion, I mean, I think we need to do some of that. I mean, this is what it's gonna look like. I mean, we're gonna have changes.
Yeah, and basically map number 9, I mean, when you're decreasing the Asian community to 25%, when all the other maps are up around 33%, that's a huge real concern. The percent deviation in the total number is fine. That's way under the 10%. But it's the Asian community that's negatively impacted by this.
Well, I think also you made a point that you would be out of your district in this map.
Right.
So in the end, I'm not going to approve this. If you're out of your district, that's not
especially if
cool.
you're in hers.
And if you're in mine, I'm not going to approve that at all.
Yeah. Well, that's
So
what,
why approve it?
that's
Why
what
move
Greg's,
it forward?
Why
And if
don't you two
Cypress-
settle this in the parking lot?
If Cypress is out too, that's too deep. If I'm looking outside of my own community representation, those two things bother me.
So are you wanting this to go forward?
Not really.
Did I just convince you, or did you do that on your own volition?
Probably a little bit.
A little of both, yeah, a little of both.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think it's my understanding that, when you do this redistricting, it's not gonna come out nice and clean. I mean, some people might not be able to run just because of the change in boundaries. Other people will be fine. But then it might take 2 election cycles to get everybody back in the right district.
That doesn't make any sense.
And that's what,
Yeah, it
that's what
does.
Dr.
No.
Johnson talked about with the.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Yeah,
So-
I know, it doesn't make sense.
But it's something to take into consideration.
Well, you might not like it, but that's
I
exactly
didn't
what
like it
happens.
when Andrew Doe did that to Katrina Foley.
Yeah.
I thought that was just not right. And if you look at some of the issues that we're looking at here, it is the ability of the elected person representing that community and those constituents to run again. So to automatically cut and term somebody out based upon politics, you didn't like the person or you liked them or whatever, I don't think that's right. So
Well,
I would never do it to you. I
No,
would,
I
I would
hear what-
never
I-
do that despite we disagree on many different public policy and governance issues. I love you a lot, but I would never do that to you.
With all the love in the room, can we have a show of hands? Who wants,
Well, I think
Number
we
9.
need to listen to the public, that we had a lot of people here that supported map 9, and I think that we need to advance that, because that's what the public has been here to comment about. That's the whole purpose of a public hearing.
It is a
Do-
public hearing.
do you want to have a show of hands?
Yeah, won't we do a show?
Who wants, which trustees would like map number 9 to move forward to December 8? We have 1.
I mean, I don't know. I'll stay out of it.
Well, you can't stay out of
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
I'm not comfortable moving it forward, given these arguments that I've heard.
We know where you are, Trustee Williams. Trustee Barkey, do you want to move map number 9 forward or not?
I guess I don't because of Cypress. That was a big community interest, and I think despite the hearing and hearing people tonight, I counted and there were 6 people that liked map 9, but there were over 50 letters, if not more, that wanted Cypress in District 2. So I will go with the data.
Moving on to map number 10.
I'm sorry, this
Ask-
is
ask
not
for
a dialogue with the
yeah.
public, this is dialogue for the board business, so let's continue on.
So
with
map number 10, may I?
You certainly may.
Map number 10 makes no sense to me whatsoever. At all. It moves people all around, it cuts out all of my district, it moves me inland. It just doesn't make any sense. I don't know the percentages, but just eyeballing it, it's
No, the
crazy.
percentage, yeah, the demographics were provided. It's a
crazy, yeah.
9.22% deviation with
Yeah.
close to 60,000
too much of a
deviation per
deviation.
voter. Trustee Williams, where are you on trap?
Well, with all
Go-
difference
go-
to.
go- Going right to left?
With all difference to Stephen Ochoa, who submitted this from NALDF, this map, to me, it's political gerrymandering. It renumbers all the districts except District Number 1. Basically, it removes Barkey, myself, and Sparks from affects them running. The district map, as far as the data, is very close to the constitutional limit of 10% population deviation, and also the Asian population is low. So I think this is really not a good map at all, not representative of the people, not consistent with the theme of the Voting Rights Act and all the other criteria that we're responsible to take into consideration. So I would not be in favor of advancing map number 10. I think we have, if Maladolf looks at the map, the other maps, District 1, which is the primary Latino district, it's preserved in all of the ones so far that we have advanced. But the gerrymandering, the political nature of this and how it affects everything, the fact that it's near the constitutional limits, it's troubling.
Trustee Gomez.
I don't like the map, and we don't have data on it, so I will not support this map.
Trustee Barkey.
I think let's just make it a consensus and just not support it.
We've had a lot of consensus this evening, so that's good. It appears that we're moving maps number 4, perhaps number 4A, and map number 5 forward for consideration at the December 8 meeting. I will be in contact with the demographer immediately tomorrow morning, if not tonight, to discuss map number 4A and refer him to the concerns that Trustee Sparks articulated on the YouTube video.
Okay, so I'm gonna make one comment. We got a lot of emails about the Cypress, I think it was Cypress LaSalle. That was it, wasn't it?
In the beach cities.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
So are we saying that if we got 50 plus emails to support map 9, we'd consider map 9?
No.
I'm asking the question because that's what, okay, so here, we're listening to the public on those maps, and yet we've got people here supporting map 9, and we're not listening to them. That's my point.
No, we
is
listened
that
to them and we took everything under consideration, and we took these additional points under consideration that Ken mapped out, and then we made a decision based on the additional data we had tonight. So we made our decision
Well,
based on that.
and I
data.
will tell you that I talked with the Representative Lulac yesterday, who also supported map 9. So, I mean, we've got a lot of different people who are supporting map 9. I would be very hesitant to not push map 9 forward for purposes of discussion and consideration.
My only thought is that we take into consideration public input, the total input, and there's a lot of moving parts to the decision-making process here. We have to meet the letter of the law, the Voting Rights Act. We have the traditional redistricting principles. I don't know Mr. Billy Joe Rice. Probably sounds like he's a very good human being. if we probably go out and beer and enjoy each other's company, but the data is just real bad for the Asian community, which should be preserved in MAP in District 2. You know, we have Cypress that's not in there, which is important to Mary here. And then I'm turned out. I mean, so it really is, we as the board make the decision. We don't send this to the people and our constituents to vote on this. This is a map that the board creates. And we're going to be submitting it out of courtesy and deference to the county committee on December 10th. So we have just 1 week left to make that decision.
But I think the county committee has the final approval or say-so on the maps. So they could potentially, I don't know, Greg, would they have the final say? If they were to tweak a map or approve a map that was submitted to us, but we didn't push forward? For instance, could the county commission come back and say, we like map 3, that none of us liked? Could that happen?
I'm hesitant to discuss things that were discussed in closed session. That's my only hesitancy
Well,
about this.
we're in open session now.
Right. Right.
So I'm asking the question, can the county committee make a change like that?
Just what based on what?
Could they pick another map that has been submitted to us, but we didn't move forward?
That's an unsettled legal issue, but the county committee would have to comply with not only the will of the board, but also all the parameters of Education Code Section 1002, which is all the demographics we've been discussing, the Voting Rights Act, population equality, that kind of thing, yeah.
So if there was a map that we didn't move forward, like I'm just using map 3, not particularly for any reason other than that's not one we move forward. What if the commission decides they like map 3? Could they support map 3 and approve map 3?
They
that
could try.
Would not be precedent. The precedent.
Well, I'm asking the question from a legal standpoint. Well, I don't know what precedent is.
Precedent is the board in 2001 and 2011, when I was here, the board selected the map and it went to the county committee and the county approved it. That's the precedence.
But legally, could they approve another map? That's my question, from a legal standpoint.
They could try. That's a dead bang accurate legal answer, because they may be subject to a lawsuit if they deviated from the will of the board or the Voting Rights Act. So simply put, they cannot exercise their discretion. In my view, my humble legal opinion, they can't exercise their discretion willy-nilly. Then they are constrained by the statute.
Well, I'm not saying willy-nilly. I'm just saying if there's a map that was presented that was legally compliant within the deviation and compliance with the Voting Rights Act, could they select and approve another map?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
And with that, can we close the public hearing?
Yes.
Very good.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving on to number 9.
All right, we are moving on to number 9. And Renee.
Thank you very much, President Barkey and members of the board. This time we'd like to open a public hearing on the Educator Effectiveness Block Grant that provides funds for the County Office of Education for quality and equity teaching for our educators, administrators, paraprofessional educators, and all certificated staff. Hearing no input from the public, I'd like to close the public hearing at this time. Moving on to number 10, if that's, well, I guess, because it's just a present, and you guys have the plan in your notebook. So this is a part of the ESSER 2 funding, and it's a specific plan for professional development, and that is listed. And so you're seeing it this evening. You don't actually vote on it until the next meeting.
So, do we ask questions at this point?
If that's what you'd like, yes.
So this grant, when did it first come to the attention of the staff about this grant? When was it, publicly advertised, basic data like
Well, this is what, if you remember, we got, I think we received word probably about less than 2 months ago, and we didn't realize it had to go to 2 subsequent meetings. And so it was part of the ESSER 2 package, but it wasn't delineated that this template had to be filled out as far as stating what the plan would be, because you'd already seen part of this plan in October. So
And these funds are federal funds?
they are federal funds, yes.
Okay. And,
They're specifically for professional development it's called for educator effectiveness.
Okay.
And so it's to help the training in the school sites.
okay, and it's for our staff or for the entire county?
No, this is just for OCD.
Okay,
So this
so
is going to
it's
be for
all staff.
access in special schools.
Okay, okay.
You have a separate section that's for our charter. Number 10.
Do our charter schools have the ability to use these funds and come for the training?
They would receive their own. This is just for access and special schools. So they would receive their own pot of funding for this and they'd be required to do their own plan also.
Okay, so they could be applying for all this.
You're not actually applying for it. You're given, this is what your allocation is. Now you need to fill out this plan in order to use the funds.
Okay, got it.
And it is based on their CalPADS data. And so it's going to depend on what their counts are for each site. So it's based on your certificated and classified staff and some of our unduplicated count also.
And what's the money that's going to be coming in from this grant?
It is, for the first one is 2.5 million, which we plan to spend over 3 years.
Okay, so what object code does it go into the budget?
It will depend on how it's used. Most of it will probably be under consultant contracts or training, so in the 5,800 object codes. If we're buying supplies for teaching, it could be under instructional supplies.
I love this. You know why I love this? Because I know what it is
Yay.
before the interim budget, so you don't get any questions from me.
Okay? We've been
Right?
trying to let you know, it's just they are coming fast and furious at this point.
Okay, but I appreciate having this all before,
Mhm.
so when it comes to interim budget, I don't have to be asking you all these questions. I know what it is. We saw it, so I like it.
Okay.
So we're not voting on this today,
No,
right?
because you had to sunshine it at one meeting before you could adopt it.
Okay, so
Next month, next week,
next
December
week
8th.
we'll
you
be
would vote.
approving
Yes.
it, okay,
We included it in the special board meeting.
okay.
Just as a reminder, mentioned it, even though Renee said that some of this was identified, the template and all the other information, we couldn't do it in November, by your November board meeting, because all the parameters weren't there.
Sure.
And so that's why we asked for the additional meeting in December to ensure that we'd be able to get it approved before December 31st.
Wonderful.
Do you want to do the presentation on the CCPA? Because Ken, you asked about charter schools, so the charter schools have to do the same process. They would be doing it with their governing board. So that's why it's listed separately. Our special ed and access were the one agenda item, and then CCPA is listed separately, but Renee is going to do the public hearing for that one.
Okay, so basically, our charter school is going to get something very similar to this?
Yes, it's also included in your backup material, so that we're doing the same process, and you would approve it next week.
Got it, okay.
Yes.
So at this point, I'd like to open the public hearing for CCPA charter for the Educator Effectiveness Block Grant. Hearing no comments from the public, I'd like to close the public meeting at this time. So for this one, if it helps you, Dr. Williams, they're going to get close to 65,000.
Okay.
We'll stay close.
Get your steps in.
Certainly.
Okay, I'll make the motion for number 11 to begin the dialogue and discussion.
Second?
All right.
Motion second. Do you have a presentation for us?
We did not. Normally at the interims, we do not. And I have been trying to give you monthly updates of the new items. So a lot of the really changes have come from the COVID relief funds. And because the governor signed the budget July 7th, which was after we had adopted our June budget. And so this is really kind of incorporating those changes. And so in the very beginning of the book, starting on page B2, is your variances that you're used to seeing for the interims. So if you want to concentrate on that. Also, what might be helpful for you is you do have the contracts and entitlements are set under section 17, which is on B142. And we also did give you an updated spreadsheet on just the COVID relief funding, because if you're like me, it seems like it's just an ever-growing topic. So it starts on page 160. And so it's telling you the dollar amounts, how much we've spent to date, and what the purposes of all those funds are. In this budget, we did not include the ESSER 3 funds, which was the latest round of funding, which is going to be over $20 million. Because at this point, we wouldn't utilize those funds in this year because we're trying to spend down the other federal funds prior, and that has the longest dates. And so we haven't included it in this budget.
So you're in good shape.
I mean, the one thing I think I had told you 2 months ago, we hadn't anticipated is $17 million in the COVID mitigation funds. And so that was something we had not thought we would receive, and that was specific to county offices. Because we still have the largest program in the state, we received over 30% of the state's funding in that. And so that really is what is creating a lot of the changes in the budget.
So we now, the budget's up to $324 million, basically, is that correct?
It is, yes.
Okay. But that is expected to go down next year, correct?
It will, because we have 45 million in there for MTSS, which we won't receive in the next year because that rolls over 3 years. But it doesn't include the 20 million for the ESSER 3 that will be put in next year. And then it will depend. We are hearing that the state has a lot of funds for next year. So I'm not sure it'll go down. I really don't know at this point. We are anticipating that we will receive less funding. We continue to decline our enrollment. And so when you look at your multi-year, which is in here also, we do plan on making cuts to be able to right size in some areas, just to make sure no program is spending more than they are able to bring in.
Okay. But the big elephant in the room, or the elephant in this, is the reduction in the ADA.
It's a big yes.
That's going down quite a bit, as it's been over the last decade.
And if you remember for this year, that hit us this year already. For school districts, that's next year. And so we realize that, and we do believe we're overstaffed in some of our teaching positions at this point. So we are looking at possible incentives again to try and have some teachers retire. It's been a few years since we've done that.
One of the thoughts, I have all these crazy thoughts that come and go in and out of my brain, as you can tell.
We know, Tim.
I say pretty much what I feel and think. But we had earlier talked about, because of the CHEP program being reduced, that it may be an opportunity to increase that CHEP, because a lot of parents will be taking their kids out of the bread and butter schools and putting them into homeschooling programs. I think this is a wonderful opportunity to highlight and promote our CHEP program. I know Dr. Maharis and I, we tried getting together, but it was not a good time, and I talked about getting together again. I think our CHEP program is incredible.
Right. And we are seeing a little bit of growth there. Our biggest decline in our class size issues are in the juvenile court schools.
And the what?
Juvenile court schools,
Ah.
the incarcerated youth.
Okay.
And that's where, if you look at some of our classes, we are at 4-1,
Oh, really?
6-1. And so, part of that, so that's what Vern is tasked on working with. And, some of that is because of probation and because of the types of students they have. But that number is, if you go back to 2014, we're a fourth of the size that we were, probably more than a fourth of the size. And so we went actually from over 1,200 to like 160.
Wow.
So,
Wow.
and that won't change unless legislation changes and people view the juvenile justice system differently. So that is an area where we're looking probably the hardest. We are seeing, there's growth and decline in different areas. But that is kind of the reason for retirement incentive also, because a teacher who taught in juvenile hall may not want to teach in the CHEP program.
Can I ask kind of a, I don't know, unconventional question? How much leeway do you have in terms of linking, pedagogy instruction to some of these budget lines? For example, the COVID relief funds, which you've got how many? 17 million, a lot.
What page you on, Lisa?
Well, I'm on B143 at the bottom, but that's one fund, but there are a lot of them in here that are related to COVID. How much leeway does your instructional team have in terms of how you operationalize where that money goes? For example, we know that people are always, parents and districts are always wanting to include more arts and music programs, which have been found to be very therapeutic. And if you're thinking about all the mental health issues that have occurred because of the isolation and so forth with COVID, could there be an argument to be made that those relief funds could be funneled for extra additional creative arts and music programs?
Yeah, the requirement is actually something that enhances the student achievement. If they felt that it was enhancing it, I'm going to use Anna Lee as an example. So for their special schools, one of the things we did for Expanded Learning was she actually did bring in a dance program. And also an Inside the Outdoors program and things like that. And so yes, it can. We just have to be able to measure it.
Yeah, well, I understand.
And to be able to show how that enhances the student learning. So yes, that is a great opportunity to be able to do some of those type of programs. And Vern has a really great virtual reality program that he has actually incorporated into a couple sites already. And so those are new ways for us to be able to look at things. But that's a great point. This
That's
is
awesome.
an opportunity we haven't had
It's
in
really,
a very long time.
I was just thinking, gosh, you could do so much. Art for Healing, exactly. That's really cool. I think we know that kids respond to that kind of stuff, and it's not pure counseling, but it's an outlet to really help. Exactly.
You're going to have to come over here if you're going to speak. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
You cannot talk in the field.
We're getting this creative discussion here.
First time I'm up here, so I don't screw this up. Yeah, Art for Healing, it's exactly what you're talking about. So it's actually helped increase students coming in because they come in and it's really about painting, it's giving them technique, but it's very therapeutic as well, but they infuse kind of the curriculum through that. And I think Trustee Gomez came and saw one student who we were having a really hard time getting him in school, and he's engaging her, and we hadn't seen that, so we're seeing that happen. So
Well, I'm just happy to hear there's flexibility with those funds, because sometimes they're so restricted, you can't do this really cool stuff. So that's amazing. Thank you.
I'm done with questions.
I'm good.
I just wanted to make a comment. In some of the documentation, we were looking at hiring some additional sort of paraeducator type of folks. And then you're also looking at the retirement incentive for the teachers. So it seems like we're trying to right-size our staffing now to meet the needs of the students. So because of the mental health issues and some of the other things, we might need a certain kind of person for that period of time and not necessarily a certificated teacher. So
Yeah,
that's,
and
that's what I kind of picked up from
Yes, and
this.
that is true, and we have done a lot of like academic support, those type positions. I will say the job market is, a little tough right now, and because we are very clear that we're only hiring those positions for 2 to 3 years, because it's based on the specific funding, that makes it a little bit harder for us, but that is it. So somebody, obviously, a teacher may not want to be an academic support specialist because it's a very different pay range. But we are, and so a lot of the new positions, a lot of counseling positions, you see that. We've had some outreach positions, and so the teams are really looking at how they think they can support the students the best. That's really where the goal has been, of how do we enrich the student in behaviors and also keep them engaged in school.
Well, when I did visit that school and did see that Art for Healing program, it really made a difference. So to your point that, some of that creativity the students can find another outlet to get through their day and to be motivated. So that's great. But thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you.
All right. We've made a motion and a second, so do we want to go ahead and approve? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, passes 4-0. And I believe now we are going to move to announcements.
Okay. Great, thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Let me just share a couple of things with you. I don't know if you saw the OC Pathway Showcase, the 8th one that we've had the grant now for about 9 years, and so we're on our 8th showcase, and we did it today. If you haven't seen it, it will be, just go to Newsroom and pop it up, and I think you're going to be very impressed because this is a $15 million grant that we received about 9 years ago, and it has been, over the years, it has been augmented, and it involves all 9 community colleges. The 4-year universities are involved with this, and we're serving most of our school districts, especially the high school districts and the unified districts. We got about 300,000 of our students that are involved in this, and it's rigorous academics along with career preparation, and it really does focus on the major industries out there in terms of IA, artificial intelligence, robotics, all the whole world of medicine. As Dr. Williams, you would know this best, and then all the segments within engineering, and it also leads to internships for kids, which cements the learning, right? Because they're going to get paid, they're going to shadow a professional and develop a relationship with somebody who can nuance the position and really have the students get a feel for what it would be like to be serving in that type of role. We're also involved with the CLA, which is the CEO Leadership Alliance, and you're familiar with that. These are major businesses here in the county where the CEOs have come together to try to create an atmosphere here in Orange County that shows collegiality, that shows cooperation, that shows the public schools, the charter schools, our private schools, working with industry and business to accomplish the goals of OC Pathways. So, the Samuelis are involved. We have a lot of great partners. Edwards Life Science Center helping us in this area. And we did receive a Golden Bell Award. So I wanted to give a shout out to Kathy Boyd, who's leading the effort. Amy Kaufman, who's working with CLA, is also helping. But we're going to get a Golden Bell Award for this particular program. So I hope you get a chance to go and look at this. And then also I wanted to let you know that since we're talking about money, we've been asked by the DA's office to take on a project. I think I can use my phone. I think I put it on my phone. And it's an opportunity for us to, they want us to manage about $400,000 over a 3-year period to help with truancy intervention. This is a service that was formerly done by the DA's office and probation, OC probation. But in that spirit of decriminalizing, as you know, and we're talking about the number shrinking within the juvenile hall, that same spirit is pervasive with regards to chronic truancy and absenteeism. And the model of threatening parents, you know, we're going to take you to court because you can't get your kid into the classroom, you're violating compulsory education laws, that shows very little fruit. Because what do? You put a parent in jail? What's that going to do? They're not going to get paid. The kid's still not going to go to school. So it really requires more of a family intervention. And that one makes sense. I know the whole world of decriminalizing, it's you know, we could spend a lot of time talking about the pros and cons of all of that. But when you have a tender parent that cannot manage a 15-year-old, you know, 6-foot child, son or daughter, you can't coerce them. You really have to start with child management skills, you know, that model. So what we will be doing with this money is channeling it to 501c3s like the Boys and Girls Clubs who are doing that type of work. They're working with families, they do family engagement, they provide after-school tutoring, support, childcare, things of that nature. Olive Crest, and I think you're familiar with Olive Crest here in our great county. So in other words, we've been asked to do this, and I don't think we've received the money yet, Renee, but when we do get it, you will see that money, and that's the purpose of it. We felt that we, the Orange County Department of Education, because we're so involved with the School Attendance Review Board, known as SARB, we do all the professional training for that, and that's really looking at, you know, the micro side of it, like why isn't this student getting to school? It could be a health issue. It could be the fact that the parents are out of the home and the kid doesn't get up himself or herself in the morning to get to school. And it could be something as simple as that, but it could be something much bigger than that. It could be learning issues. It could be the kid's been bullied, or the kid doesn't want to go to school because it's fearful. And there's students out there who just have a fear of being in groups or in crowds. They just don't fit in. You see them beginning to drift to the side, right? They eat their lunch under the bleachers, those type of kids. And so those kids need help. They need mental and emotional support. And that's what these not-for-profits can do for us.
Can I ask you a quick question? Do those do they apply to you, to the Department of Ed for those funds, or do you seek them out, or is it a symbiotic type of deal?
We would post it and make it well known in the public here. And so those organizations that feel they can meet the needs of the grant, it's pretty prescribed, as you mentioned earlier. A lot of the money is restricted, so we have to go through a process. But like our DA, Todd Spitzer, felt that we would be the best, position to be able to manage that process. So that's forthcoming.
If I can just say a couple remarks. So
yeah,
I love the idea and concept. I think that's very important, and I think it would be a good thing going forward to do so. So the only thing I would ask that it would be consistent with the education codes, that it gets board approval, comes before us, and that we're involved in the process, that we don't feel excluded, and that we know some of the details. Actually look at the contract and review it and approve it. That would be my only request.
It wouldn't be, what it is it's, you could, if there's it would probably be an MOU between the county and the district attorney's office in terms of getting that money. So remember, historically, that money would go to the DA and they would use it themselves for intervention purposes, but now that is beginning philosophically to change. And the DA, quite frankly, is not equipped to handle this.
Right. Yeah.
And the probation has played a role in there, but I think even probation recognizes that, you have these students who are habitually truant and actually can get themselves into the criminal justice system for that reason. They become surly, or they become belligerent, they become defiant, and that can increase to moving them over to what we know as the 600s. Vernon would know this better than all of us, but that's more of a criminal situation, where this is more in the Welfare Institution Code 300, which deals with the parent's inability to manage his or her children. So, I'm more than happy to show you the MOU, and you can take a look at that. I don't see a problem with that.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that it's consistent with the education codes. We just had Maggie Chichester give us a very good and comprehensive, along with Greg Rowland last month. And when you start dealing now with some of these MOUs and grant money, there are many codes that the superintendent may, with the approval of the County Board of Education. I just want to make it.
Yeah, we'll go over that.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you'll see, because
Okay.
I think this one is just sort of like a gift they're giving to us. You know, and it's one of those things where, because we're already doing the work, so what it does is it provides support to the work we're already doing.
And it's a gift to them because we free up some resources
Yeah.
for them.
Yeah.
I think we're all in
Okay.
the same direction on this. We all agree.
Also, we did a Native American Heritage Month celebration. We did a colloquium just yesterday. Yesterday. And we had some scholars that participated in this event. We even had a student by the name of Matthew Holgate. He's the student body ASB president at Vanguard University, who is Navajo and spoke to us in his native language. His father happens to be a pastor of a Navajo church. So, you know, the point is that this really is a population that needs support. We could spend days on this, from the boarding school issues to lack of assimilation. There's just a lot of things that have gone on with the Native American people. And our whole effort is to try to sensitize all of us to the needs that our Native American students have and provide a better delivery system for those students. Just quickly, Newport Mesa, USD, Unified School District, the principal there by the name of Christy Flores, she's the principal at Davis Magnet School, received one of 8 awards given for the National Blue Ribbon School Program. Remember I told you that we got 7 of the 28 awards were given here, the National Blue Ribbons. Well, this was given to a professional who really has stepped out to help with blue ribbon recognition. So I wanted to just mention her today. Let me see, and I think that's all. It's late, and it's enough.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Mine will be quick. They're just reminders with regards to upcoming board meetings. So as you know, next week you'll have special board meeting, which has been noticed for 3 specific purposes. One of which will be removed because of the change related to the vacancy appointment. But that meeting, we will prepare everything tomorrow. So I know Mr. Rowland's going to be contacting your demographer so that we can get the posting done on Friday and your packets delivered to you. But you'll have another special board meeting on December 21st, which will deal with the 4th District trustee appointment, and we'll post that on December 16th. So we're going to be running back and forth to these in order for you to have your 72-hour posting.
Are you talking about on our website?
Yes.
Okay, we'll talk about that when we get there.
Do you have the times of those yet?
Yeah, were we
We haven't
doing
talked
5
about
o'clock
that.
or?
Okay, well, I won't spend any more time on that because I'll let the executive committee discuss the 12/24 first special board meeting. But then your next regularly scheduled board meeting will be on January 5th. And so your deadline for that January 5th board meeting is December 17th. Because your packets will need to be delivered. Our office will be closed for the Christmas holidays, the 23rd and 24th, and then we'll also be closed on the 30th and 31st. So you will get your packet for January delivered on Wednesday, December 29th.
Quick question, on the each of those meetings, do we have an approximate time frame? We have a special meeting on districting on the 8th, so that's probably a longer meeting. And then the 21st, is that also?
Those meetings are posted for 5 o'clock right now, so unless.
That's our natural time.
Yes.
Right. Okay, because I have an obligation on the 21st.
What
Six.
time?
So do I. Yeah.
The
So
21st at
We're going to
6.
get there, just in a little bit. There's a lot of information we have to share. So we'll go over the times and the dates and we'll listen to everybody.
Okay.
Becky?
Oh, you want me to, I thought you were going to talk about yourself.
No, we haven't.
And further down.
Communication, information, discussion.
Oh, I see, sorry. So the new school update?
Renee? And Renee will do the two, new school update and Rancho Sonata update.
So the new school update is they are nearing completion.
Wow.
Yay.
Yay. Good job.
Yeah.
What was
so
our due date?
January was
Oh, wow.
actually the due date. So I think I do not see Ralph right now, but we were waiting for water and power connection or gas connection. And then obviously we still have cabling and stuff like that to do, but it is moving closer and very excited by that. And so soon we'll be talking about, the days to move in and having the board out to look at the facility again and all those type of things. So came up quicker than we thought, that's for sure. And so hopefully we can get furniture sometime before we have students arriving. So the other thing is Inside the Outdoors, Rancho Sonata. And so we have settled the majority of our claim with our insurance carrier. And so that part has been finished. We've done some of the major clearing and all those type of things. We will be doing a request for proposal for architect, but I would like to have some board input on some of the items that will be coming forward before we do that. I know that Dr. Williams, you've expressed a lot of interest in that also. And so with insurance funds, if you've ever gone through something in your home, you get to replace what you had. You don't necessarily get to upgrade. So we would have to look very carefully. But there's a couple items that we're really not sure how we move forward on. Like one is our animals were housed there, and it was in a fire zone. And so our first thought was, do you really want to put them back there? And so at first we're like, I'm not sure that's a great idea, but that's something we need to discuss. Now, having talked to some colleagues from Northern California who have been through fires, they do say there's a lot of new techniques now to actually wrap buildings so that they could be fire retardant. And so I think those are the type of questions we would need to dialogue with the board to see kind of what your preference is, and then also making sure we stay within the boundaries of the insurance claim itself. And so I think the first step would be to kind of see what is out there, what we can get some renderings, drawings, those type of things for. So that would be the first step.
How much, in the claim, how much money are we talking about from the insurance company did we get?
That has flown out of my head. I'm sorry, I'll get back to you on that.
That's okay.
I do think the one thing that's concerning me the most out of that right now is the infrastructure piece was not necessarily covered as part of insurance. And remember, that was a residence, not a commercial area. And so we do know we'll have some additional costs of, because the fire melted the water pipes and all those type of things, and there's no electricity to the site. And so those are some things, that's not part of the insurance normally. So we will have to look at those type of things first.
Al, do we have a community group that wants to be a part of the process? You can't give too much because then you never get anything
Right.
done. People talk too much. But this is something that is so very special.
Right. So we do have I'm not going to answer for you.
Foundation.
So we have the Inside the Outdoors Foundation, which you had mentioned a grant that actually went to their foundation, not to us. And
The
so-
small grant that you were talking about.
Yes, and so they would very much like to be involved also. I just think we would need to set some parameters with you on what our needs are before we open it up. I guess is my thing, because they will want a lot of things. We're not going to have the funding to do that.
Do you have an idea of what we can do?
Yes, but that's why I would like some input. If there's specific things that you would like to be able to see or know about, I'd like to know that ahead of time to be able to include that.
Maybe you could just do something along the lines of interviewing some people who live in the nearby area and just do, invite them for an interview or a coffee or something.
We could utilize the foundation to help us with that, because I think there's a group of people who are used to hiking and things like
Because
that.
that would keep it kind of contained, but you get some feedback.
Right.
and then they feel involved, like, oh, you know, you're doing this new thing in my neighborhood kind of
Yeah,
thing.
we could do that. And I think the other thing that's hard for, at least for me to remember sometimes, is that Rancho Sonado is a small piece of the ITO program. You know, we are out at all the parks in Orange County and stuff like that. So even though that program has been closed, we're still out there operating all over. And, you know, we don't have as many animals, obviously. That's what that grant was to help purchase. But we want to make sure that it's something that meets that community's needs. So I think we could meet with the Inside the Outdoors Foundation. And Christine, if you have any other ideas. Inside the Outdoors is under Dr. Olmsted. And so we can probably work something out on that.
Because I know, the reason I said that, I know a lot of times when they're new builders going into a new neighborhood, they interview families in the nearby and just ask them questions, you know, we're thinking about doing this, we're thinking about doing that. What's your feedback? Just to, and I think they do it just, you know, because they want some feedback, but I think also they want the community to feel that they have some input into what's
And
gonna
I think
happen.
that would be important. And then we did, we spoke to one architect firm just in general on some different projects we were working on. And they actually had asked us if we had ever thought about a private-public use and bringing in other dollars. And that's nothing we had necessarily thought about. But I think that's ideas I would need to bring to you to be able to decide maybe that would want it. They had done a joint project with a city and for a workforce development project. And so could there be things like that available? So we just need to start investing those and then bringing them to you.
Are we documenting this so someone can create a video or maybe not a full-length movie, but I think this is such a wonderful.
Like a promo video type of deal.
Wonderful opportunity to bring communities together. I mean, who doesn't love animals and owls and all those little birds? So I think it's a wonderful opportunity for the board to work together, have community input, and do something really special.
Yeah, that's, you know, the foundation board, they are ravenous when it comes to out of doors. Because today there's a big craze of hiking. I have a son who hikes. He gets up in the morning, he'll go to Corona, walking, hiking through the mountains. Before you know it, you're so far away, and he has to walk back.
Yeah.
So in other words, it really is a whole world of that, and being out of doors, and so much of our, you know, of our existence is indoors. So those are the types of people that are on the foundation. I think if we can cherry pick that a little bit, Renee, and get the right people, and then maybe bring in the public. It's really off the beaten path. So if you're just on roads, you don't really see all of it because it's hidden away. But still, I think that's a neighborly thing to do.
Yeah, and there are a lot of hiking groups. Yeah, it's a big thing here in Orange County.
Big time.
Yeah.
Okay, just real quick on the vacancy update. So we only had one person, tell me if it has changed, but we had one person who did apply for the vacancy. We did all the posting. And the posting has to be 15 days in all the 3 areas, just like we talked about. So that has to be done. That's different than the website posting. But we only had one person that applied, and that person was a colleague at Children's Hospital, but she was out of the district. She's in my district. So what Mary and I thought with our council was that we should delay the date, and we can decide a date today and a time today. And wait till after the December 15th date. And so that kind of leaves us with 3 dates this month, the 20th, the 21st, and 22nd. The 21st is not set in stone. So I know already Lisa has expressed that time that she can't make, and Becky, you just mentioned it here.
Well, I could do earlier, like
4 o'clock. I mean,
four-ish.
would that meeting take more than an hour?
Yeah.
What
I
about
could
the
do,
21st
like
at 4?
4 would be fantastic.
Can you do 4 o'clock, Becky?
It depends on how many applicants you have because you're interviewing them in open session. So if you have one applicant, then potentially you could do it in an hour, but if you have multiple people, then.
Do you want to do the 21st at 3? Becky, what is your time frame?
I have a meeting starting at 4:30 going into the evening.
Okay.
I could do it on the 20th.
I can do the 20th as well.
That's just going to change things, huh?
Well,
Christmas.
we did the legal notice and it will be in the paper based on the date that you all gave us, so.
Which is the 21st?
I'm willing to start at 2.
Yeah.
All right, 2 and the 21st?
Oh,
And if we only have one
3.
applicant, then we can just start at 3 or,
3. I can be there by 3-ish, maybe 2:30.
Because we didn't set a time in the public notice. We just said the date.
I don't remember what you had in, you made changes to it, so I
Right.
don't, I didn't pick it all up.
Yeah.
But,
I think I could be here by 2:30 that day.
2:30?
I can do 2:30.
2:30?
2:30. But I'm going to be casual.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's unacceptable.
Because I'm flying.
Oh, all right.
I'll be flying over you. Hopefully I won't crash.
So, is everybody okay then with 2:30 on the 21st? Staff, is that okay?
I have a conflict on the 21st, but I'm trying to figure it out
Okay.
on another. If you have it earlier, that will actually work better. So are you saying 2 o'clock or?
Trustee
2:30?
Sparks says she cannot be here till 2:30.
I maybe could too, but I can commit to 2:30.
The fact that we really didn't have anybody apply to it is a little troubling. At least we had one person, but they're not in the district, so maybe a little bit more time, we'll have somebody apply. There are certain criteria that our legal counsel tells us we must do with the public posting and posting it in 3 different public areas within the actual district itself. And staff is.
That was in the same information we had sent you before.
Right,
So,
okay,
yeah,
right.
It's the practice that is following the code section.
Yeah, and remember, we have until January 1st to select the individual, and that's not going to happen on January 1st. So our only time period is really that week, and that's how we came up with that date.
Now, when is the deadline, maybe you said this, the deadline for when we'll know how many applicants are in the pool?
That was the 17th.
17th.
Oh, the 17th.
Right, so we gave the deadline, the cutoff
Okay.
the 17th. Daru does all of the resident qualifications, make sure they're a resident of the district. And then we'll be posting that information on the 17th too, huh?
No, well, actually, the 16th, your agenda gets posted in order to, well, this is a special meeting, so 24 hours. You actually have a little bit more time, so we could post
You can post on the 20th.
the agenda, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So we have time to post the agenda then.
But it would be the 20th at 2 o'clock. I mean, it's not the 20th at,
Right, so the reason I'm asking is because by the 17th, we're gonna know how many applicants are in the pool, so that we
Right.
can adjust our time by 30 minutes or 40 minutes.
yes, we would be
or an
able
hour.
to adjust the time frame and so forth,
Okay.
right. And I pulled, I'll send to you the questions that they utilized last time. There was a vacancy, there were 10 questions and a scattergram so that the board members could score the individuals and so forth, whether or not you want to utilize or add, change. So we just redid those.
Okay.
And so we can get those to you.
Thank you. Very good.
So 2:30 is, you want us to change the website posting to 2:30?
Yeah, let's go for 2:30 right now. That sounds reasonable. And then on.
And it's not in, the Friday, what will be in the register doesn't have a time, it just says what you're doing, so.
Right, right.
Yeah.
The date, not the time.
Right.
And then December 8th will be starting at 5, I assume.
Yes. December 8th is, unless you all change that, but right now it's posted for 5 o'clock.
Okay, I think that's good. That's good. All right, are we moving on to Becky now?
One more question, do we have anything on the 10th?
No, you don't, just Ken and I.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, good, because that's good.
Yeah, because you'll be flying somewhere, for sure.
Okay.
And the 10th is at 3 o'clock,
3 o'clock is county committee on the 10th.
and it is in Building D 1004-6.
Right now, it may move to the boardroom.
Okay,
We're
just let us
trying to figure out what,
Okay.
baby, in the past have used the boardroom also, because then we just put more chairs up here and use the dais. And because of electronics and so forth, then it may make more sense to have it here. So we're going to check availability.
Am I supposed to be here? No. Okay.
Because the county committee would use the dais.
Oh,
We
I
take
see.
all the names down,
Oh, okay.
and then
Got it.
they would have a different role. They'd be sitting out
Oh,
there
I
in the
understand.
audience.
But could we be in attendance?
Certainly.
Oh, okay.
That, I think
In
that's
the
what you're
audience.
at. Yeah, we're in
Yeah,
the
I'm trying to
audience.
figure out.
Yeah, you're allowed to come
Oh,
if you,
okay.
if you want to come.
Okay.
You're not required.
Okay. Is it 3? It's at 3.
Yes.
Okay.
And you all will confirm with the change with your demographer whether or not he's going to be available or not?
We'll try to make somebody available. I'll be responsible for confirming that, and if you want to speak to me about that.
And, okay, and who would be doing the presentation so that I can pass that along?
Correct.
Okay.
And you'll be here with us, Greg.
Correct.
All right.
Website, what's going on with the website? We're still going active in January? Is that kind of the plan? Okay. Yeah, I was pretty impressed. Ian did and the staff did a very good job on that.
Any legislative updates, Becky, that you want to share from your delegate and all that?
Just a couple of things. The last 2 days I've been at CSBA, the delegate assembly. Mostly, updates to the bylaws and things like that. Some policy changes. Been a lengthy 2 days. I wasn't obviously able to be there this afternoon so I could get back up here. And then the CSBA conference will be over the next couple of days. So I'll probably have more information after that. But I have a couple other comments if I can just roll right into that.
Please.
Okay. On November 4th, I did a tour of the Orange County School of the Arts. On November 16th, along with President Barkey, we attended the groundbreaking at Scholarship Prep. I did get some feedback about the Native American Heritage Month presentation from some of the trustees. They were all on their way to the delegate meeting, so they were disappointed they couldn't, attend
Right.
at the time, but I saw that you already set up the posting and
Yeah, there's
everything, so.
posting, yes.
Yeah, so I'll share that with them. There was a lot of people from Orange County that were down there for the delegate meeting. And I'm not trying to beat a dead horse, but after the last few minutes of just thinking about this, we agreed to tweak map 4 to be map 4A. And I would suggest that the concerns that we had about map 9 with Cypress and Los Al, that we could ask the person who submitted that map if they can do it in time to meet the posting deadline, that they be allowed to make any adjustments to that map. If they can do it on time to meet our deadline, because I think what I heard was the concern about Cypress and Los Al being separated. So if they could make that change.
And also
I-
Ken's being out of the district.
Okay, I'll make that note. Would the board entertain that if they could make those changes? Since we are doing the same thing with map 4, that Ken's gonna make some adjustments.
I would just say that it's highly irregular because the matter was on the agenda, we had it, it was closed, and we're trying to make a decision in board comment. So that's the only commentary I would have on that.
And also, I'd like to correct the record that it was going to be map 4 plus 4A. It wasn't going to be a whole new map. It was going to be, that was only going to be supplied. It's going to be 4 plus 4A with the modifications and tweaking.
That's a whole new map.
Right, so if we're doing that,
Right,
why
but we're-
couldn't we do
but-
that with map 9?
But I don't know if you said it right, but you said that there will be no map 4. It would just be map 4A. I think we discussed that we would have map 4 and 4A.
That's what I understood. That's 2 maps.
Right.
And trustee Gomez, she's here. She can speak for, she's,
Yes, I'm in the room.
so,
Yeah, well, I think because we're doing that with map 4 and creating another map that we are calling 4A, that we should at least give the opportunity to the person that did map A,
Map 9.
or map 9. See, I'm going back to A again. Map 9, the opportunity to adjust the map based on the feedback, if they can do it in time. If they can't do it in time, then I'm okay with that.
But to your point, we already had our discussion during the meeting and already made our decision. It shouldn't be made in board comments.
Well, like I said, after thinking about it for the last few minutes, I mean, we did that for map 4, that we should have been allowed to do that for map 9.
I think as a group, we just decided not to push 9 forward, so I do feel like that discussion has ended.
Yeah, and I think we're doing a disservice to the public.
All right, any other board member comments?
No, I just am wondering if it would be a possibility, I don't know where Nina went, and I don't know if this is appropriate for board comments, but would it be possible to have a salad instead of sandwiches for our snacks? I don't know when I'm supposed to say that. Probably not now.
You could probably take that up with Nina after the meeting.
Yeah, I don't know where she went. Yeah. Just want a salad.
I
That's
was
all I'm
just
asking
going to
for.
bring up, and I don't know if I'm the only one that received this from Middle Tree. Did any of you guys get this? I actually got it. It looked like it was very important. Anybody get this? No, just me? Okay. It didn't say like President Barkey. It was just like whatever, but.
Did it go to your home or here?
It came to my, oh no, it came here, but they sent it to my home today. So anyway, but it came here. And so I guess maybe he sent it to me as the president. So anyway, I'll just pass this along, Daru, to you and Nina to look at. It's a tutoring program. It sounds like a good thing if you get some funds and kids need to be brought up to speed or whatever.
You want me to just pass it?
Yeah, thank you. So I just pass that along. And that's it. You brought up about the ribbon cutting or the groundbreaking actually at Scholarship Prep. That was amazing to be there and see that and actually get to dig with a shovel. You missed it, Becky, because you left. I got to wear a hard hat and I got to dig. So it was super fun. Miles was there and there were a bunch of fun people there. So anyway, that was fun to see. And so many exciting parents that went on the stage and talked about how excited they are about the growth and the location. So it was a very, very fun morning.
I'll just add one little comment. I got to go to the Orange County Classic Academy again and saw Dr. Barkey was there, and we the kids sang for us, and it was really fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
To see the artwork.
You missed a lot of excitement, I know, but we'll fill you in later. With that, I would take a motion to adjourn.
Make the motion.
All right, so adjourned.